it loaded, keep it loaded, keep it loaded. Better nice, I'm looking at the camera. Better nice, good, good, good. Preloaders, V.I.Preloaders, welcome back to the channel, guys. Always a pleasure to have you guys here with me, and you know this by now, or at least you should. For those of you that have never been to this channel before, welcome to you as well. My name's Robert. I'm a retired NYPD Highway Patrol motorcycle lieutenant, and the name of this wonderful channel is Be the Boss of Your Motorcycle. And by your motorcycle, guys, yes, that means all types of motorcycles. Listen, if you've never been to this channel before, you're in for a treat, guys, if you ride a motorcycle, because you're going to get so much from this channel, guys. That's something I'm guaranteeing you. You're going to get so much from this channel. You're going to get knowledge, you're going to get positivity, and you're going to get camaraderie. It's a wonderful place to be. And if you're not subscribed to my channel, definitely take the opportunity to do that. It's free. You only have to do it once. And I appreciate you guys. Let me start out by saying, welcome to practice session number 111. I am out here in Michigan, right? Specifically Motor City Harley-Davidson. So a huge shout out to Motor City Harley-Davidson for hosting me to do my practice session here. My second practice session, number 110, was yesterday. Huge shout out to Sylvia, she does the marketing. Huge shout out to Ali, she is the manager and coach of the riding academy here, and she participated in practice session number 110. So just a pleasure meeting them all. I really enjoyed practicing with Ali. She went first in every exercise. And she did great. So she's a wonderful person, great personality. And like I always say, Preloader Nation is filled with above and beyond personality. So good to have you guys back if you've been here before. And if you haven't, I'm glad you're here and I hope you stick around. If you're interested in watching other practice sessions, I'll put the playlist for it up here on the right-hand corner of the screen. If you're watching this on a television, you're not going to see it. But it's just, listen, 9 exercises, that's what I have out here. This is not a competition. I need to make that very clear. It's not a competition. We leave our egos on the curb so that we can go out and we can learn. And I enjoy having rider coaches and people that are in that space in my practice sessions, because I always say, this is an each one, teach one environment. That doesn't mean you have to be a rider coach to give input, because everybody knows something you don't, and it's not always about right or wrong. Sometimes it's just a better way of doing things. And because we're all different and we all learn different, that epitome moment is different for all of us. So that's why I always want people to share their input. That's always appreciated. That's not just for everybody else, it's for me too. If you guys only knew how much I learned from all of you. So anyway, guys, like I said, I got 1 through 9 out here. We got another beautiful day. I think I have about 10, 11 people coming out here today. We'll see who shows up. And I'm really looking forward to it, guys. So I'm primarily based in Pooler, Georgia, but of course I travel to do my practice sessions as well. So I also offer private lessons, and if that's something that you guys are interested in, go to my website, click on where it says private lessons, or if you're interested in my practice sessions to see if I'm going to be near where you are, same thing, go to my website, but click on where it says upcoming events. Also, it's a good idea to add yourself to my email notification list, and that way, anytime I'm doing anything, you're going to get an email notification so you can be in the know right away, because the registration spots, they fill up quickly. Now that depends on where I'm going too. Some registration spots don't fill up in certain locations, and some, like I can tell you right now, if you're interested in practicing when I go to Jersey, Maryland, Ohio, you better get on that. And I got to tell you, Michigan too. Michigan moves pretty quick. So, all right. Anyway, guys, when they get here, preloaders, V.I.Preloaders, like I always do, I'm going to talk to them, ask them their names, find out where they live, how long they've been riding a motorcycle, what kind of motorcycle they're riding now, and what they rate themselves on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the best in slow speed maneuvers. Like I always say, that answer is not for me. Well, it's for me just to kind of gauge where people think they are. But at the end of the day, I ask again the same question: is there any change in the number? That's what I ask. And I don't want people to feel compelled to have to say a higher number to stroke my ego. That's not what this is about, guys. So I just know that if you've never practiced like this before, you really don't know how to rate yourself. So some people rate themselves too high. Some people sandbag and rate themselves very low. So sometimes at the end of the day, the number goes up, goes down, or it stays the same. Anyway, I'm looking forward to it. Sit back, relax, guys. Enjoy. There's going to be chapters in this video, so you can skip around, but I always advise against it because there's always nuggets in these videos. And although I put chapters in there, it's not going to tell you where every single thing is. All right, guys? All right, let's do it. What's your name?
Calvin Sprague.
Where are you from, Calvin?
St. Clair Shores, Michigan.
Okay, how far is that from here?
It's about 35 minutes.
Okay, okay. How long have you been riding the motorcycle?
About 2 years.
What are you riding today?
Lowrider ST.
Nice. How long have you been practicing slow speed riding?
Barely none.
Okay, okay.
just when I go out.
Okay. And if you had to give yourself a rating 1 to 10, 10 being the best slow speed, what would you give yourself?
I'm going to say 2.
2. Now, Calvin already told me that he actually did his MSF course in this lot, correct?
Correct.
All right, good. So we're welcoming him home, and you'll do fine today. I'm sure you will.
Yeah.
Pleasure to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you, sir. Thank you.
What's your name?
Amy Fields.
Where are you from?
Columbus, Ohio. Buckeye representing in Michigan.
Yes, yes, yes. You guys are going to see Amy all over the place. She's just like a damn following tour. Ohio, here, I appreciate her. And her husband. He's somewhere around here. How long have you been riding a motorcycle?
About 15 years.
What are you riding today?
23 Street Glide Special.
Nice. How long have you been practicing slow speed riding?
About 2 years.
If you had to give yourself a rating 1 to 10, 10 being the best slow speed, what would you give yourself?
2, maybe 3, if I'm really pushed.
Always a pleasure. Shit, we could have used the same microphone.
I know. Oh, I like you, Robert. Thank you. Oh, wait, I didn't say hi to Michelle and Andrew. They're going to be mad at me.
Okay.
Can I go through? Hi, Michelle and Andrew. I didn't forget.
What's your name?
Melvin Taylor.
Where are you from, Melvin?
Battle Creek, but I was originally born up in Lansing.
Okay, okay.
Yep.
How long have you been riding the motorcycle?
Since 2007.
What are you riding today?
2021 Ultra Limited.
Snake Venom.
Yep.
Very
yep.
nice looking bike.
Thank you. Thank you.
And it looked even better when you pulled up. Why? Because the stop was smooth. How long have you been practicing slow speed riding?
Truthfully, since I've been subscribed to your channel, I did not know there was really a such thing. Watched a few other content creators, but just your content kind of hit home.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for your service, by the way, as an
Thank
NYPD
you
motor
for your
officer.
service.
Thank you, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to present you with something here. I retired from my first agency in 2017, and I want to give you that challenge coin.
Thank you, man.
From Calhoun County Sheriff's Office, and again, want to thank you for your service.
I appreciate it. See if we can pick that up.
Very customary between officers and military to present a challenge coin, so just want to give
I appreciate you, man.
No, thank you, thank you.
Hold on,
Pleasure to be here today.
I want to present something to you.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know where that's going. That's going on the bike somewhere.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
Yes.
If you had to give yourself a rating 1 to 10, 10 being the best slow speed, what would you give yourself?
I'm going to say probably about a 2. Probably about 2 or 3, somewhere in there.
Pleasure to meet you, brother.
Pleasure to meet you. Thank you.
All right. What's your name?
Hafsa.
Hafsa, where are you from?
I'm from Ypsilanti, Michigan.
How long have you been riding the motorcycle?
About 3 years.
What are you riding today?
Triumph Street Twin 900.
Nice. How long have you been practicing slow speed riding?
Every single day, if I can make it happen.
Beautiful. If you had to give yourself a rating 1 to 10, 10 being the best slow speed, what would you give yourself?
6.5.
6.5. That's actually excellent. And excellent boots. Indy Ridge.
Yes, they
Looking
are.
good.
Yes, sir.
Pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you.
All right. What's your name?
Brian Miller.
I told you weren't going to get it wrong.
Okay.
Where are you from?
Ann Arbor.
Okay. How long have you been riding the motorcycle?
Too long.
Too long.
Probably 50 years or so.
Okay. What are you riding today?
I got a Harley CVO.
Beautiful. 24, correct?
23, the
Platinum?
so-called 23 and a half.
Yeah, 23.5 platinum.
Yeah.
Okay. How long have you been practicing slow speed riding?
Well, off and on through the years.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe for the last 20 or so years. I actually, at one point, supervised the motor unit.
Okay. Beautiful.
Yeah. But I forgot a lot of that stuff.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. It's a perishable skill. I say it all the time.
Yeah, absolutely.
You on the job? You were on the job?
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Disregard the question. Stupid ass question. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
All right. If you had to give yourself a rating 1 to 10, 10 being the best in slow speed, what would you give yourself?
Probably about a 6.
Okay. Pleasure to meet you, man.
It's a pleasure to meet you, too.
I told you. You weren't going to get one question wrong. You can't. It's impossible. What's your name?
Sean.
Where you from, Sean?
From Livonia, Michigan.
How long have you been riding a motorcycle?
Oh gosh, 40 years.
Okay. What are you riding today?
Road glide.
You better put some respect on that road glide.
I'm hoping so.
No. What kind of road glide is it?
CVO.
Thank you. CVO road glide, what year?
21.
21. Beautiful bike.
Thanks.
How long have you been practicing slow speed riding?
Not as much as I should.
Okay.
So I'm here today to kind of get my bad habits taken away.
Gotcha. That shit ain't gonna happen in one day, but we'll
No,
see.
it's
You
not.
never know. If you had to give yourself a rating 1 to 10, 10 being the best in slow speed, what would you give yourself?
Probably a 4.
Okay. Pleasure, man.
All right, thank you.
All right. What's your name?
Robert Mitchell.
Where you from, Rob?
Huntington, West Virginia.
I'm not gonna forget your name today. I'm gonna forget everybody else's. How long have you been riding the motorcycle?
About 30 years.
What are you riding today?
95 Gold Wing.
Nice. We got a wing in the house. Cadillac of motorcycles. How long have you been practicing slow speed riding?
Probably about 3 months, only when I ride to work.
Okay.
That's the only time I really get to ride.
If you had to give yourself a rating 1 to 10, 10 being the best slow speed, what would you give yourself?
3.
Are you familiar with the SS Goldwing?
Yes.
Yeah, man. So, all right, good. I'm glad you know. Bart, shout out to Bart.
And Cliff.
Yeah, thanks, Cliff. But he doesn't have the SS Goldwing.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah.
But
Good
he
to meet
can
you, man.
ride it though.
Yeah, absolutely. So you got big shoes to fill.
Yes.
What's your name?
Audra.
Where you from?
Detroit.
All right. How long have you been riding the motorcycle?
I'm a beginner, so I would say, yeah, a beginner.
Okay. What are you riding today?
A Road King.
This happens all the time. What year?
2016.
All right. How long you been practicing slow speed riding?
I haven't practiced.
Okay.
slow speed.
If you had to give yourself a rating 1 to 10, 10 being the best in slow speed, what would you give yourself?
1 all the way.
Okay. Good to meet you, dear.
Thank you.
All right.
Nice.
What's your name?
Lori Alcini,
Where you from?
Macomb, Michigan.
Who's this dude?
My husband, Frank.
Yeah, Frank was in practice session number 110 yesterday. Check that video out. It's Lori's turn now. No pressure, Lori.
He called me at 3 o'clock yesterday and said, "You're going tomorrow."
That's
so
it.
here I am. I've been watching you for a long time,
Mm-hmm.
and I think I was the one that introduced your videos to Frank.
Love it.
So
I say all the time, there's a lot of ways that our brides take care of us. This just happens to be one of them because somebody else just told me the same thing. She said, I was watching the videos, introduced to my husband, and he said before watching the videos, he never even heard of the friction zone. So that's awesome. It's just awesome. What are you riding today?
2020 Heritage.
Beautiful bike. Shout out to Mike and Lori. Every time they stop their motorcycles, Lori gets off the bike, Mike is wiping it down. And you already told me that you're always keeping her bike clean, so.
You should see my white walls.
Look, oh my gosh, that's just outstanding. It's a good thing to have, right? Not many people have it. They got a detail all the time. How long have you been practicing slow speed riding?
5 years. I've been riding for 5 years, and I started watching your videos the minute I started taking my safety class.
Okay.
So
That's awesome.
I know that's the most important.
Yeah. If you had to give yourself a rating 1 to 10 slow speed, what would you give yourself?
3.
3. Pleasure to meet you, dear.
Wonderful meeting you.
All right, good to see you again, Frank.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. What's your name?
Ventura.
Where you from?
I'm from here in Detroit.
Okay. How long have you been riding a motorcycle?
Off and on since '85.
What are you riding today?
2020 Road Glide Special.
Okay. How long have you been practicing slow speed riding?
I've been practicing about 2 years.
Okay.
Since I found your channel.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
If you had to give yourself a rating 1 to 10 slow speed, what would you give yourself?
Probably a 2.
2.
Yep.
Good to meet you, man.
You as well.
Well, good
Thank you.
to see you again. I met you yesterday.
Yes, sir.
All right, what's your name?
Pat Donahue.
Where you from, Pat?
Waterford, Michigan, just up the street.
Perfect. How long have you been riding a motorcycle?
Just over a year.
What are you riding today?
I've got a classic 2000 Dyna Wide Glide.
Okay. How long have you been practicing slow speed riding?
For the year.
Okay, good. That's perfect. Right from the start.
Yes.
If you had to give yourself a rating 1 to 10 slow speed, what would you give yourself?
5 or 6.
Pleasure to meet you, man.
Yeah, absolutely. You
5 or
too.
6 is excellent.
So, well, we're hoping.
All right.
You'll be the judge of that.
How you feel?
Good. Got some good sleep, and I'm ready to go.
Good. What's your name?
Renee.
Where you from, Renee?
I'm from Michigan.
How long have you been riding a motorcycle?
I took my course in 2018.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What are you riding today?
Softail. Harley Davidson Softail.
What year?
16.
How long have you been practicing slow speed riding?
When I'm out riding, I practice my slow speed. Yeah, but I don't. I go out once in a while and practice, but I don't practice a lot.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
If you had to give yourself a rating 1 to 10, 10 being the best slow speed, what would you give yourself?
I don't know. It depends on what your scale means. Probably a 3 or 4.
It's your scale.
It's my scale?
Yeah.
Okay, 3 or 4.
Okay. And guys, just in case you don't know, Renee is the owner of Let's Roll. It's a lift and dolly system to lift your motorcycle, your touring motorcycle, and roll it around with ease. And we're going to talk about something that she's going to be doing today. She did it at yesterday's practice session. She's going to do it again today, and I'm excited about it. Thank you, Renee.
Thank you.
All right, guys, 1 to 9, bonus, follow the leader. Let's do it. All right, good morning, guys. Welcome to practice session number 111. 111. So I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna let you know right now. After we do this practice session, does anyone have an issue being on YouTube? All right, good. That's a good thing. Anybody nervous? Yes. Okay. So I always ask that question. First of all, I don't do or say anything for no reason, right? So every question I asked you guys before, where you're from, how long you've been riding, blah, 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 all of that's for a reason. And we're going to talk about that. And I ask you if you're nervous because, like I always say, who here is new to my channel? Nobody. Beautiful. Yesterday, that was a good practice session because everybody was new. Everybody. Like, we were doing the exercises. They were like, yeah, I never heard of this before. That was great, right? But everybody did well. This is not a competition out here, right? There's no pressure out here. There's no pass. There's no fail. And I ask you if you're nervous because we leave our egos here when we go out there. We're here to learn, right? And so usually if people say I'm not nervous, listen, the nervousness doesn't mean your teeth are chattering, but if you're doing something you've never done before, listen, you could graduate magna cum laude from a college in a certain field and be well versed in it. You're still going to be nervous on your first day at a new job because it's new, all right? So the nervousness is normal. Don't worry about that. 9 exercises I have for you guys out here planned. You don't have to do all 9, right? So what I mean by that is everything that we start out with, warm up, 1, 2, 3. We're not turning and we're not leaning. And so that's why I don't care how new you are, I want you to do that. Because quite frankly, that's the bedrock of all of this, right? And so I say this all the time. When people come to me for a private lesson and say, Rob, I just need help with U-turns, I say, okay, great. We start with smooth, short starts and stops. Because that's the foundation. Listen, you don't know what you don't know. And people that just want to jump right into a U-turn, what's scary about the U-turn for everybody? Who here loves making U-turns? Yeah, when I was out in Milwaukee, I did 6 demonstrations. And every crowd I had, I asked that same question. Nobody ever raised their hand. That's why I do this, because it's bigger than U-turns, but this is what people focus on all the time. Stopping your motorcycle smoothly and under control, that's where you have to start. Because what we all fear is falling. Nobody wants to drop the bike. I'm gonna let you know right now, dropping your motorcycle is par for the course, period. As long as is there anyone here that does not have saddlebag guards? Okay, good. If the bike drops, it's protected, don't worry about it. Now I'm gonna talk to you guys about something else. The Triumph and actually just the Triumph. I realized that when people are buying a motorcycle and they're just starting out, the smaller the bike, the better. And so that's why people make ignorant comments online talking about if a bike is big, oh, this is stupid to start with a large bike. Here's my take on that. This is just my opinion based on my experience, because I learned how to ride on a road camp. In my opinion, first of all, the more you know, the less you worry. That's true with everything, right? I almost recommend people learn on a touring type motorcycle, Heritage, Road King, Street Glide, because if that bike falls, not only is it protected, but so are you. These other motorcycles, when they fall, you're on your ass, right? Because the bike's going all the way over, even if it has protection. It's just not the same as these bikes. These bikes, if it falls, because I've done it and I've seen it, you can literally keep your feet on the boards and the bike will just come to rest. Then you can take your foot off. Protected. The other bike, when I was out in Milwaukee, Harley Davidson loaned me a Pan America. I dropped that bike. I was on my ass because it just went all the way over. And I'm so used to riding this type of bike that when it was going over, I was like, okay, it's all right. No, it just kept going. So but see, the funny part about that is that's why we're here today. What I'm referring to is the muscle memory. My muscle memory with my bike dropping, I don't plan on dropping it. None of us really do. We're going to talk about that. But if it is going down, I don't sweat it because I know, and it just wasn't the case. So that's why today we're going to be talking about certain things, why we practice. Well, yeah, let's talk about that. Let's talk about the benefits of us practicing on these motorcycles. Number one, muscle memory, like I just said. We got law enforcement here, or prior law enforcement, military. Okay, thank you all for your service. Listen, when we go to the range, they make us do the same thing in the same order every time, specifically with a gun jam. Because if I'm in a shooting and my gun jams, I don't have time to try to think, what should I be doing? Especially since, forget about the time, when you're under real stress, you really think you're gonna, you know how many times people are watching a video and somebody crashes on a bike? I know what I would have done. Please, if you don't practice this stuff, you're kidding yourself. Squeeze and hope for the best. That's the instinct, right? And that's what most people do, right? That's another thing we practice for. Your options on your motorcycle are limited to your skill level. So if you don't practice, your tool belt is empty. You have nothing to resort to except your instincts, right? And so that's what we're going to be working on today. So everything that we talk about today, you're not going to need it every time, but when you need it, it's there. But that's why you have to practice it. It has to be muscle memory. It has to come automatic because anybody can ride a motorcycle at speed. Anybody. And everybody's a superstar when everything's working out. We practice for uh-oh. When uh-oh happens, what are you going to do, right? That's what this is all about. And for the people that say, what do I need to do this for? They just don't know. And so I was talking to Audra, and she told me she was nervous. And I told her, you need to know that I don't care how long you've been riding the motorcycle. In my experience, when we come out here, this is like an even playing field. Somebody that's been riding for decades, they come here, they may as well still be in an MSF course. Because any MSF course, they teach you to duck walk your motorcycle, right? If you're still doing that decades later, you have not grown at all as a motorcycle rider. You haven't learned anything, right? So I want you to be a well-rounded rider, but keep in mind, we're all positive on this channel. There's no arrogance, there's no judgment, none of that shit, right? So you can come out here and learn, you don't have to worry about that. Who here is familiar with Let's Roll? Yes, you are. It's a dolly and lift system for your motorcycle. So Renee is the CEO. Renee spearheaded all of this. We've been talking about her practicing and me coming out here for maybe 2 years. And finally, she hooked up with Motor City Harley Davidson, got the ball rolling on that, and that's why I'm here. But she's also sponsoring one of your spots today, right? So I'm gonna get this bag out of my motorcycle that's a half a mile away. And I have all your names in the bag. I'm gonna put it in my hat. Renee's gonna pick your name. Whoever's name she picks, you get a refund, okay? Unless you pay me by cash, you don't get your money back. I'm kidding, man. All right, come on up, Renee.
All right. Ooh, we got more in here too.
Yeah, more people.
All right. Why you tighten these up as
Yeah.
Amy
Fields. Get the hell out of here. Yep.
She said, keep my money.
Congratulations, Amy. That is so funny because Amy said to me, well, anyway, Renee, thank you. Thank you very much. Very sweet. She said, if I win, keep my money because when you go to Illinois, I'm coming there too. So Amy's on, it's like a following tour. Amy's all Ohio, Michigan, Illinois. Okay. I want to get to the nitty gritty, guys. I want you to know that what we're doing out here today, this shit is not rocket science. So your intelligence doesn't matter here, your age, your height, your sex, none of that matters. So we're all on an even playing field. If you're short, there's ways to work that out. So how many people have I told? They say, listen, I need to ruin the ride on this motorcycle by lowering it. They don't say that, but that's what I take from it. And so I say, well, what's the issue? I can't get both my feet on the ground, flat. So I go, okay, put your right foot on the rear brake. Just by putting one foot up, you get more of your left foot on the ground. But why is this such an issue? It's because everybody is thinking about their feet while they're riding. But we don't need our feet when the bike's moving, right? We don't. That's what we're going to talk about. Audrey already told me, listen, I'm going to let you know now, I'm a duck walker. So let's talk about duck walking. First of all, I only use the term duck walking because you know what that means. It's never in a negative way. With that being said, we're not doing it today, right? Now, I know I say we're not doing it. That's the goal, right? I say all the time, unless I'm in my house, I don't always get what I want, right? But we have to step outside of our comfort zones, right? Some of you are stepping outside just by being here, right? But that's what this is all about. Rome wasn't built in a day. I asked all you guys how long you've been practicing. You know what my number one response is? Not as long as I should, right? Or I don't really. So if you come out here and you're not getting it, please be patient with yourself. Renee was cursing herself out yesterday. I'm like, Renee, I said, we just got here and you told me you don't really do it much. And keep this in mind. If you practice when you ride, that's good. But that's supplemental. You have to put cones out in practice. And here's why. The cones, you know how many times I practice with people and they go, I'm fine out there, but these cones always mess with me. And that doesn't even make sense to me. How does people, cars, and curbs not mess with you, but cones do? It's because they're staring at the cone. So cones give us boundaries, and it helps us with judgment, right? I practice my U-turns in 18 feet. And so I practice in that so much, when I'm out in the real world, I can eyeball 18 feet. I don't have to eyeball 18 feet really, because most turns aren't that tight. That's first of all. That's why I always tell you guys, you don't ever have to do that, and that's fine, it's excessive, right? But I know how this is. Once you start getting it, all right, I want to do more. I want 20, 21, 24 feet. That's all I want from you. We'll talk about that when we get to U-turns. And like I was saying, if you may not even make it to U-turns, and that's fine. If you don't feel comfortable doing something, I might overrule you, meaning I'm seeing something you're not. So I might say, you know what, do me a favor, just try this. Or I might let you know what, why don't you sit this one out? Because my goal and your goal should be to leave here with a little bit more confidence than what you got here with. We got to do this in small steps. This is not, Rome wasn't built in a day. So be patient with yourself, okay? All right. Duck walking. 10 push-up penalty if you put your foot on the ground while this bike's moving. So if you're walking, like Allie here, she's a rider coach. She was in yesterday's course. You think I'm not paying attention. I don't know what it is about duck walking and front brake grabs. It's almost like a glitch in the matrix. I can feel it, right? I can have my back to it and be like, so I'm walking, I'm dealing with people in a certain exercise, but people are lined up. And for some reason, people seem to think, okay, if I'm in a line and I need to move my bike, the rules are gone now. I can just start duck walking. So I'm watching Allie. I'm just counting. And when she got to me, I said, you owe me 70 push-ups. You know, I'm gonna count each step, right? Now listen, the push-ups are voluntary. I don't expect to see anybody out here doing push-ups. It's too hot for that. But motorcycle riders are a lot of great things. But here's some negative things we are. Lazy, complacent, zero accountability. Every time somebody has a motorcycle accident, it's always somebody else's fault or something else. And I get that. I'm not being hard on people because I have to really think about this. 98%, we talked about it, really don't know how to operate a motorcycle. And so a lot of people are out there just trying to figure stuff out, right? Most motorcycle accidents happen at slow speeds. So that's not a coincidence. When you're riding at speed and oh crap happens and you hit the brakes, once you slow down, here's where you are. And if you don't have this, you're just hoping everything works out. Everything is about the brakes. Brake. So, you know, just keep that in mind. The push-ups are just to get, if you're in the military, you already know, it's just to give us some discipline, right? If we're trying to, because what we're doing today is we're trying to break bad habits and instincts. Those are tough things to overcome, but they're not impossible, right? And because we all learn differently, that number of how long it's going to take is going to differ. It is what it is, guys, but still be persistent. What I don't want you to do is go, I quit. Because the problem with that is people don't say I quit and stop riding. They just quit practicing. So they're dangerous. This is why group rides are terrifying to me, because I know the numbers, right? I know the numbers. Okay, front brake. You squeezed that front brake yesterday. Oh my God, it was front brake city out here. You squeezed that front brake during a slow speed maneuver. 10 push-up penalty. We got to get out of the habit of doing that, right? 1 to 10 miles per hour, rear brake only. This is too much stopping power. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about this because we need all of this to make sense. Like if we just jumped on the bike and started doing stuff, we got to connect dots, right? And it makes all of this easier to get in. Throttle, clutch, rear brake, head and eyes. You've heard that a million times, but we got to talk about how it's relevant, when to use it, what it does. And so that's what we're going to do today. So let's start with this. What keeps the motorcycle upright at slow speeds, Audra? Right now I'm testing who watches and how you watch. Oh, hi, Audra. I'm kidding. Go ahead. You said throttle? No, you were here yesterday. Power to the rear wheel.
Sufficient power.
There's the word. Sufficient power. Why is that word sufficient so important? Because how we get power to the wheel, we're always going to preload the throttle. We're going to talk about the steps in a second. We always preload the throttle before we do anything with the clutch, right? So if my motorcycle is starting to fall and I open my hand this much, that's sufficient. If I wait this long to address that and I open it the same amount, it's no longer sufficient. So we can't just say power, it's got to be sufficient power. So I'm guaranteeing you guys something. You guys paid $350 for this practice session. If you drop your motorcycle today and it had sufficient power today, I will quadruple your money. That's how sure I am. It's not going to happen, right? This is physics, right? It's a gyroscopic machine. What does it want to do with sufficient power to the rear wheel all the time? It wants to stand up and go straight, right? We're gonna think about this. So sufficient power to the rear wheel is what keeps it up. When we have that sufficient power, it wants to stand up and go straight. This is why most motorcycle riders have issues making turns, because speed is the answer to everything, because speed makes us feel better. Because the faster this bike's going, the less responsibility you have to know what the hell you're doing, riding in the friction zone, right? That's why be the boss of your motorcycle. That's what it exactly is. A boss of anything has more responsibility, right? So it's all on you the slower you go. And I want you to embrace that responsibility, right? I expect you to feel nervous, but trust me, those nerves will dissipate the more you know and the more you practice. Now, again, we all learn differently and we all are different. Like I had a young lady that came to me for 5 days for private lessons. It took 3 days for her to move this bike. But she had she had anxiety, very high level of fear. Does that mean she shouldn't ride a motorcycle? No, it means it's gonna take more time. That's it, all right? All right, so sufficient power keeps it up. With power, it wants to go straight. What does it want to do at slow speeds with insufficient power? It wants to fall, right? So how do we make sure it doesn't fall? We give it sufficient power, right? All right, class dismissed. See you guys later. Right? I wish it were that easy. If I was given a written test, most people would pass it, maybe even get 100. But when it comes time to apply it, that's the difficulty. And I just want you to know the only reason that is because everything that we're going to be doing goes against our hardwiring. Everything. It's like you being left-handed and I say today you're going to be right-handed. It's going to feel awkward. But what we're dealing with today and all the time are our feelings. So we're going to be in our feelings today. And we're going to do things based on what we feel and what we hear, what we see. But let's focus on the feelings, because the main feeling we're dealing with is fear. So if I tell you 10 push-ups, if I'm counting, I'm just putting it in your head. Don't worry about it. I'm not trying to tell you you need to do it. I'm not scolding you, but I need you to be accountable, right? I need you to be accountable. That's why I'm here. All right. So if we know what keeps it up, we know how to keep it up, we know what's going to happen if we don't provide that sufficient power. Let's go over the first 5 steps. Before you move the motorcycle today, I want you to follow these first 5 steps. And keep in mind, I only put steps on this because when you don't know what you're doing, your brain is just going to race and wander. But if I put steps on it, at least you can go, okay, what's step number 1? And just go through the steps. Follow these steps every time before you move the bike. Now, some people go, here's your steps, Rob. And I get it. Because if you've been riding for a while, I'm not expecting you to just change today. That's not how this works, right? When you leave here today, you should have a better understanding of what you need to practice. That's what this is about. So I don't want you to be like, hey, Rob, can I keep doing the same thing over and over? Negative. That's not going to happen. That's a private lesson, right? This is a practice session, okay? All right. Step number 1. Let's keep in mind, it's a square. Make sure the motorcycle's in first gear. Boop. Even if there's a nice big number, do it anyway. It's not always right, and we're building muscle memory. And you come across. Step number 2, cover the rear brake. Who doesn't know what cover the rear brake means? Everybody knows? Oh, it's outstanding. I'm going to say it anyway because I think, what does cover the rear brake mean? I'm going to keep coming to you because you're the newest.
Put your left foot, put your right foot over the rear brake.
Over it or on it?
Over it, just kind
Not on it, over it? On it, that's right. Rest your foot on the rear brake. Why do we do that? We're gonna be slow dancing with the motorcycle today, guys. Everything has to be smooth. All of our inputs into the motorcycle, throttle, clutch, with the brake, has to be smooth. Why? You should always be smooth when you're riding anyway, but the penalty is higher the slower you go, because we're still on two wheels. It always wants to fall with insufficient power. So if you're going slow and you jam the brake, the bike is gonna, we're not trying to make a mechanical bull out here with the bike, right? So if your clutch hand is doing this and your brake is doing this, your bike's gonna be doing this. And you don't like the way it feels anyway going slow. You start adding all of this, yeah, you're gonna like it even less. So we cover the rear brake because we're less likely to smash at it if our foot's already on it. If your foot's here and you go, I gotta use it, that's what you're gonna do, most likely. So that's why we cover it. So that's why I could be all the way across the lot and see if you're following step number 2. And I see it all the time. I see 2 feet come up because that's everybody's habit, right? And I get it. When I should always see 1 foot up because that foot's on the rear brake. Step number 2. Step number 3, preload the throttle and keep it loaded. Anybody not know what preload means? Oh, beautiful. Guys, this is so important. Why do we preload? Why do we preload, Lori?
So you have power to go and you start letting the clutch out?
Yes, so you have power to go. What's gonna happen if I open up my clutch with no throttle from the stop? It's gonna stall. So that's why we have to preload the throttle. We have to get the RPMs elevated. And when I say preload, I told you this is gonna change your ear too as far as what you hear. Because yesterday I kept telling this guy preload. I get one, at least one every session. And he just kept giving me small increments of preload. Because in his ear, that sounds like it's too high. Trust me, it's not. It's gonna go down anyway when you open your clutch, right? Your motorcycle's gonna ask for power when you open your clutch. It's gonna draw that power from whatever preload you give it. So if you give me a half-ass preload, you still might stall. And keep in mind, you're only gonna drop your motorcycle at slow speeds for 2 reasons. Squeeze the clutch in, and that's what most people do because it's a reaction to fear, or your throttle's too low and the bike stalls, and you're in a turn, or you have the handlebars turn. Those are the only 2 ways you're really gonna drop a bike at slow speeds. So that's why we preload. Why do we keep it loaded? If you're riding a motorcycle that has a high, smooth idle, you don't need to keep the bike loaded. You can do slow speed maneuvers at idle, and that bike will be just fine. But we ride Harleys, and they idle, and that's why your exhaust sounds like that. Can I do slow speed maneuvers with the bike like that? Yeah, it probably won't stall. But there's no way in the hell I want to be doing what I do with the bike going So I have to create what those other motorcycles have. I need to raise my RPMs and hold it there. So now I'm creating a higher, not high, higher smooth idle. So that's your lifeline, guys, today. I want you to listen to that. That's your lifeline. If your bike starts going blip, 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 blip. So if you ride this style, not the newer Harley Davidsons, but I can still see it, but on the older style Harley Davidsons, see that horn? That's what I'm always looking at. That horn, if he starts his bike up right now and just lets it idle, that horn's all over the place, vibrating like a mother. As soon as he rolls on the throttle, that's what it does, smooths it out. So if you're riding the bike at slow speeds and I see that, your throttle's too low. I know it. And as time goes on, you're gonna get an ear for it and you should be able to feel it, right? But listen to your preload, that's all you need to do. Well, what should my preload be, Robert? I say 2,000, somewhere around that. Because it's gonna go down anyway. I'm talking about the preload, not the keeping it loaded. You don't have to keep it loaded at 2,000. Preload at 2,000. But I want you to look at the number once and listen to what it sounds like. Don't keep looking at it, right? I want you to know what it sounds like. That's your lifeline. If that motorcycle's on an EKG machine, I want a flat line. From the motorcycle, not you, okay? Any questions on any of that? Beautiful. Step number 4, as soon as the motorcycle starts to move, pick your left foot up. Pick it up vertically. I don't want to see this shit, all right? Pick it up, right? I don't want your heel anywhere near the back of your bike. That's the danger zone. But again, we don't need our feet. Step number 5, as soon as that bike starts to move, pick your foot up, okay? All right. Any questions about any of that?
Can you just say the 5 steps again, please?
Step number 1, make sure the motorcycle's in first gear. It's a square. So, boop, then I come across. Step number 2, cover the rear brake, come up. Step number 3, preload that throttle and keep it loaded. Come across. Step number 4, clutch. Slowly release the clutch into the friction zone. Slowly release the, shit, I think I skipped that. Slowly release the clutch into the friction zone. We're gonna talk about that too, guys. And then step number 5, as soon as the bike starts to move, foot up. And when you pick your foot up, guys, we don't have to do that. Just pick it up, right? Nice and easy. Now, I do recognize that that feeling of falling, that's what we're always concerned about. And that's when the foot's gonna go back down. So sometimes people pick up their foot and then they put it right back down. If I start to move my bike and my handlebars start to turn, what's happening in that moment, Calvin? What's happening? Why are my handlebars turning? What's happening?
Do you not have enough sufficient power to rear wheel?
Yeah, the bike's fall. That's the beginning of a fall. So anytime you're out here today, if your handlebars are turning, but your intention are not to turn them, that's the start of a fall. How do we address a fall? Because most of the stuff that we're doing, we're already preloaded anyway. We're in the friction zone. All we have to do is open the clutch. It is always going to correct that. It always wants to stand up and go straight. The handlebars always want to go straight with sufficient power. So if we address that feeling of falling as soon as we feel it, it's a small movement. And that's what we need to do. We need to address this as soon as we feel it. So a lot of times when you see me doing certain things on the bike, every time I'm going slow or whatever, all I'm doing, I'm making those small adjustments based on what I'm feeling, right? We're going to talk about that. Let's talk about stopping the motorcycle, because this is the first thing we're going to be doing today, stopping the motorcycle smoothly all day today. Your goal, when you stop, I want your left foot touching the ground like this. Bing! Or heel toe. I mean, I want this foot coming down so smooth. If you step on a bug, when you pick your foot up, the bug is like, how you doing? Right? Of course, I'm exaggerating, but what I want is what I want you to want, because at the end of the day, we have to train at a higher level. So perfection does not exist out here. So don't worry about that. Doesn't mean we can't strive for it. But I want you to know I love imperfection out here. Love it, love it, love it. I love to see you work something out and make it happen, because that's how we learn. That's how we grow, right? So most people, when they come to a stop, as a matter of fact, tell me your name again? Elaine. When Elaine pulled up on her bike, we all watched her pull up. And man, she looked good. She looked smooth. Until it got to the end of that stop, right? I'm not putting her on blast. I'm just saying, because that's how most motorcycle riders ride. We're going to keep this bike under speed as long as possible. And then when we start to feel falling, time to stop. Front brake, 2 feet out, abrupt stop. It's not how you ride a motorcycle, right? Properly, as far as stopping it. Because remember, the slowest you will ever go is the end of a stop. That's when it falls apart for people. So if I'm coming to a stop and the bike feels like it's getting ready to start falling, how am I going to deal with that, Lori? Audra? Lori?
If you are stopping.
I'm coming to a stop, and near the end of that stop, it's starting to feel like it's going to fall. Like I said, most people say time to stop, front brake 2 feet out, the landing gear. How should I address that?
That's not the answer.
That is not the answer. Anyone? Bueller? Open up the clutch. What keeps?
We were stopping.
We are stopping. See, and I love she said that. It's counterintuitive, and this is why people wouldn't think to do it. What keeps the motorcycle up at slow speeds?
Power to the rear wheel.
Exactly. So if I'm trying to stop and the bike is feeling like it's going to fall, I need to provide sufficient power to the rear wheel so that it won't fall, but rear brake at the same time. Brake, brake, brake. So let's say there's 5, I just made this shit up like a month ago. Let's say there's 5 stages in the friction zone. When you're coming to a stop, clearly we're not going to just open the clutch. We always have to preload the throttle first. When I open my clutch into the friction zone, I'm only going to open it into a stage 1, right? Stages 1 through 3, you can be on your rear brake at the same time as the friction zone, and you're fine. Your rear brake and power to the rear wheel work together in harmony. It's what keeps your bike up at a very slow speed, but you're still stopping. If you go to stages 4 and 5, now that's when you start running into clutch problems. You're making it fight, right? So we don't need a lot of power. Everything that we're doing out here today, guys, everything is small. It gets big when we wait. We create something that doesn't need to be, right? So if I want to come to that smooth stop, as soon as I feel, start opening up the clutch, but I'm on the rear brake, brake, brake. Now if I open up the clutch this much and my handlebars relax, then I can just stay right there. Stay there. rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. Now, because I'm going slower, it might start doing this again. Might. So if that happens, open it up a little bit more, but I'm still braking, braking, braking. And when I put my foot down, bing, that's when I pull my clutch in. And so if you stop your motorcycle and you do this, what was happening at the end of that stop? It was falling. And so even if you do this, friction zone, if you pull the clutch in too early, as soon as you pull that clutch in, it's going to start falling. So that's why we need to stay in that friction zone. I'm going to show you guys in a second. Stay in that friction zone all the way until we put our foot down. Then pull the clutch in. Your goal is to stop and your bike is straight up. If it's ever leaning, it was starting to fall, right? That's our goal. So we're out here and we're stopping. And when I say that, guys, all day, that's what I want from you. All day. I don't care what you're doing. I don't care if you make a 12-foot U-turn, which is impossible on these bikes. When you stop, if the stop looks like crap, I'm going to say the U-turn was great, but the stop, because I don't want any compression in your front suspension. That's how smooth I want this to be. Boom. Let me show you guys. Enough of this talking. Clutch is all the way in, no power. Friction zone, preloaded, friction zone, rear brake. Smooth stop. Now I pull the clutch in. If I'm going that slow, there's no way I can stop this bike smooth without power. Remember, your motorcycle with no power to the rear wheel is like a coin rolling across the table. Eventually the coin's going to start to waver. That's your handlebars. Then it's going to fall, right? So friction zone, rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. If you hear me yelling out today, clutch, 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 I'm letting you know you need to open the clutch. Like when I'm watching you guys do this stuff, I can see as soon as the bike is starting to go to lean. I'm talking about when you're not trying to lean. As soon as I see it, I go clutch, because I see you're not addressing it. If you address it as soon as you feel it, it's such a small movement. Okay, guys? If you hear me yelling, preload, preload, because your preload is too low. I want you to raise your throttle. All right, let's talk about open close. That feeling that you get sometimes, step number 4, slowly release the clutch. You open up the clutch and the bike feels like it's falling. If you want to get past that feeling, open close. And this has a place in certain places out here. Open close is just me doing this with my clutch. That little movement is going to get that motorcycle to stand up and get me past that falling feeling, right? Again, it's not a lot. It's nothing crazy. And once I open closed, the close could be closed all the way or close into a lower part of the friction zone. It all depends on what I'm doing. But I just want you to know that's going to come in when we do exercise number 2. Open, close. Remember that. Okay? Matter of fact, let me show you that. So we're going to go through the steps. And here's how the rear brake helps you. In a situation like this, if you're sitting on this bike and I say, do me a favor, move the bike over here or go over here and come back. What are your options? We talked about options. When I tell you practice gives you options out in the real world and they're limited to your skill level, it's not just emergency stuff. Sometimes it's something simple like the gas station. You know how people hate the gas station, right? What are your options here? What am I going to do here? So if you're not familiar with riding in the friction zone and using this rear brake, then hell yeah, this is scary. The rear brake gives us correction and control of the motorcycle at slow speeds. And so if I'm starting this close to something and I need to make a turn, I'm not going to just open up my clutch, because what does speed want this bike to do? Go straight. So that's why I'm going to start out actually applying pressure to the rear brake. But I'm going to be in a low part of the friction zone, so it's cool. The bike should be able to move freely no matter what stage of the friction zone you're in. All right. First gear, I'm going to cover the rear brake, preload. When I start moving, I'm going to be actually applying pressure to the rear brake. I'm dragging the rear brake. When I open up the clutch, I'm going to open it up a little bit more than I probably need to, because I'm not going to be screwing around with my clutch once I start moving. I'm just using the rear brake to control the speed of the motorcycle. Preload the throttle, clutch, foot up, rear brake. Clutch is staying in one spot. I'm just dragging the rear brake. Rear brake. The preload is steady. My clutch hasn't moved. I'm keeping it right where it is. I'm just using the brake. And I'm basing it on what I feel. If I feel something, I do something. And right now, all I'm doing is letting off the brake. Trust and believe. Friction zone, friction zone, friction zone, friction zone. Smooth stop. Oh, I'm supposed to be showing you open close. I gotta stop doing this shit right in front of people. I mean, stuff happens. All right, open close. Rear brake. I'm in the friction zone. I'm dragging the rear brake, dragging it. Friction zone, friction zone, friction zone. Smooth stop. Open, close, reload. That's it. That little open close, that's going to get me past that falling feeling. All right? You guys have any questions about any of this? All right, good. We're going to move on to the warm-up exercise. Smooth.
When are you not preloaded?
When am I not?
Yes.
Right now. When the bike's off.
I mean, even when you're stopped at a stoplight?
Oh, no, then I'm not.
Okay.
Because remember, I'm only preloading the throttle because I'm getting ready to go into the friction zone.
Okay.
Without the friction zone, I don't need to be preloaded. Okay? And so in that moment, like I said, this is what people overthink. What I'm doing in that moment, let me show you this too, because I want this to get in before we start doing stuff. Where I am in the friction zone, a lot of the times I can just stay there. And when we get out here, I see people doing this. So here's two things I'll tell you. One, don't have your clutch all the way to the grip when you don't need it. I'm talking about when we're doing a maneuver. If you're just sitting still, that's one thing. But the problem with that is when people do that, now when you need power, you have to search for it. It's a waste of time. And if the bike is falling and you're opening your hand, it's still falling. By the time you get to it, now you're not in the sufficient part, so it's just going to fall. If you open the clutch, you feel the bike start to move a little bit, and then pull it right before that. That's where you live, right? And your muscle memory over time will be accustomed to your hand being right there. And that way, when you need the power, boop, it's closer, right? All right, that's number one. So number two, once I get in the friction zone and I use the rear brake to help me, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a U-turn right in front of you guys, just straight up. Then I'm gonna lean the bike, doing the U-turn. My clutch is gonna stay exactly the same. Because if I have a good spot, I can keep it there. If I feel something and I need to make a small adjustment, it's fine. But it should never be something crazy. That's fear. I know I said we're gonna be slow dancing, and this is a finesse thing, all of this. It's difficult to be smooth when you're nervous. I get it. Don't worry about that. Time will take care of that. But you gotta put the time in. First gear. Cover the rear brake. Reload. Once again, I'm starting out on the brake because you guys are right in front of me. Matter of fact, start turning. Oh, I don't need that much. I'm listening to it. That sounds good. I feel the bike starting to move. Foot up. Rear brake. And so without the rear brake, what people do is when they start out, straighten out, friction zone, rear brake. When they start out going slow, everything is too fast. That's why starting and turning, or starting with the handlebars turn, is like, oh, hell no. Don't worry about it. That's because you're trying to do everything with the clutch wide open. You need the friction zone. Friction zone is going to keep the bike up, but rear brake at the same time. Reload, good. Rear brake, rear brake. I'm on the rear brake. Now I can come off right here, but now I got to be perfect with my clutch. I don't want to have to be perfect. So there's my clutch. It's in one spot. I'm making turns straight up. If I lean, clutch is in the same spot. I haven't moved it. Straighten up, clutch is in the same spot. Well, it would help if I had the clutch on your side. Clutch is in the same spot. Friction zone, friction zone, friction zone, friction zone. Now I pull it in. I kept that clutch in the same spot the whole time because I found a spot that works. Okay, you guys picking up what I'm putting down? All right. Warm-up exercise. These cones right here, the high cones, we're gonna start going, we'll go this way, so you guys go right there. All right, in this exercise, we're stopping. Smooth starts and smooth stops. Cone to cone. Don't pass the cone. Front wheel at the cone. We got 1, 2, 3 fixed fairing motors, 4 fixed fairing motorcycles. If you ride a fixed fairing motorcycle, you have no clue where your front wheel is. That's why you got to practice on it. I say this all the time. Everybody wants to buy a motorcycle and just get married. They never want to date. They just jump right into a relationship. You got to date the bike. This is where it happens. Learn about the bike, what it could do, what you could do, how wide it is, how long it is. All right. So if I tell you you're passing it, you got to start making some mental notes of what can I see. The same way you can judge the right side of your car without having to see it. Same thing with your motorcycle. Okay. Smooth start, guys, and smooth stop. Now, as I say this to you, one of you guys are going to be like, all right, you ready, Rob? Yeah. Handlebar straight as an arrow. That's not what I want, guys. Again, we have to create uh-oh out here. And uh-oh for you is, I feel like I'm going to fall. Don't worry about that. Work it out. Power to the rear wheel is going to help you. So, if I want to make sure I start out smooth, just like I did here, preload the throttle, slowly release the clutch. As soon as that bike starts to move, pick my foot up, get on that rear brake right away. And remember, the braking process is progressive. Don't wait to get to the cone to stop, because if you do that, it's going to be abrupt. Brake, 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 brake. I want to see some movement in your handlebars. I want you working it out. Brake, brake, brake. And that's where the heel toe stop comes in handy. It helps with your coordination. So when your heel hits the ground, you should be finishing it off on that rear brake. So it comes down at the same time. Boop. Right? All right. Any questions? Let's do it. Friction zone, friction zone, friction zone, friction zone. Smooth stop. Foot up. Work it out. Drag the rear brake. Stay in the friction zone, friction zone. Smooth stop. They're not going to all be perfect, guys. Friction zone, friction zone. Smooth stop. Smooth start, smooth stop. All right, a little too much speed. Too much speed. The faster you go, guys, the more you're gonna feel compelled to smash the brake. There we go. Nice. Brake, brake, brake. Very nice, Renee. It's okay. Good, good. Brake, brake, brake. Easy on that brake. Make it progressive. Don't do it at the end. Good, 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 good. All right, one more. Good, good. Brake, 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 brake. Friction zone. All right, one more. You're still falling over. Good. Brake, 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 brake. Stay in the friction zone, friction zone, friction zone. All right, and I'm seeing movement in that hand. Stay in that friction zone all the way into the end. Okay, you can park back over here. Good, good. Easy on that brake, Amy. Stay in the friction zone the whole time. Good, foot up. Brake, 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 brake. Nice. So what I want you to do is, when you open this hand, we're gonna keep that hand open. And just brake, brake, brake. And keep it open until you put your foot down. Preload. Keep it open until you put your foot down, then pull it in. Good. Braking, 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 braking. You see? You see? Okay. But again, make sure you're finishing off that brake at the cone. Good. Braking, 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 braking. All right, so you're still pulling the clutch in early. Wait till your foot goes down. You should be in the friction zone until it hits the ground. Yep. Foot up. Braking, 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 braking. Finish it off, finish it off. There we go. Beautiful. That's straight upright. Good job. That's exactly what we want. Stay in the friction zone until you put your foot down. Look how smooth that was. Good, good. All right. Next cone. Good. Nice and easy on that rear brake. Just drag it. Don't smash at it. Good. Friction zone, rear brake, rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. Much better. Good, good, good. Very nice. One more. Excellent, man. Good job, Rob. All right, too much speed. Gotta slow down. Too much speed. There we go. Good, 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 good. All right, make sure that your Make sure you're braking progressively so that when you get to the end, it's smoother, okay? Good. Braking, 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 braking. All right, too much speed. See how straight your handlebars are? I want to see some movement in them. Preload, foot up, clutch, 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 clutch. Rear brake, rear brake. There we go. Good, there we go. Good, good, good. Braking, 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 braking. Outstanding, good job, man. All right, too much speed, slow it down. Good, foot up, good. Good, good, good. Nice, so your clutch work right there is excellent. Not enough brake, so that's why you're stopping like that. Just give me a little bit more brake. Clutch is open, good. Pull it in a little bit, excellent, 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 excellent. Nice, do it again. Yep, I'm watching his hand. All right, a little bit too much clutch there, but it was still good. Too much clutch, straight as an arrow. You were doing it over there. Open, then close it a little bit. Good, just a little, just a little. So you jerked it in. Open it and then close it a little bit. Good. All right, good job, man. So yeah, he was actually doing it correctly. He would open the clutch and then I would see his hand pull it in just a little bit, just a little. And then at the end, he was keeping it open too long, the whole one way, too much speed. All right, too much speed, slow it down a little bit. Preload. Too much speed. All right, right now, your whole engine is shaking. The throttle's too low. You got to preload that throttle. Let me see your preload. Let me hear it. See, everything smooths out when you preload. Keep it loaded. Foot up. Pull it in a little. There we go. So when you go to go to the next cone, right there, you're opening the clutch and keeping it right there. Open it and close it a little bit. You don't need all of that speed. Okay? Preload. Good. Good. Foot up. Pull it in a little. Friction zone, friction zone, friction zone at the end. So now right there at the end, I know this is crazy. Open the clutch, close it a little bit, but then you need to open it up at the end. Right there, you pulled it in. That's why your bike was falling. Keep it open until your foot goes down. Good, foot up, pull it in a little. All right, keep it in the friction zone, rear brake, rear brake. All right, we're gonna work on it. But I can see he gets it. He knows the premise of what he needs to do. Again, just practicing it. All right, too much speed. Slow it down. So remember, when you open your clutch, you're gonna open it, close it a little bit, then at the end, you're gonna have to start opening it again. Good, preload's good, head and eyes are good. Foot up, good. There we go. All right, keep it open all the way until you stop. Don't let falling make you say time to stop. Foot up, pull it in a little. Yeah, you're opening it and keeping it open too long. That's why you're going too fast. Open, close. Remember I talked about open, close? Go, pull it in a little. There we go. There we go. Friction zone, friction zone, friction zone. Woo! Look at the difference. Do it again. Good, go, pull it in a little. Nice, one more. That's okay. Good, open, close it a little. Good, 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 easy. See, good, I like that because even though it was like at the end, smooth. That's what I like to see, man. Working it out, good job. I get it. As soon as it starts getting to the end, you start going, oh crap. Just keep that clutch open. If you feel like you're gonna fall, open it more, but keep braking smoothly. All right, next cone. Good, foot up. Good. Good. Braking, 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 braking. Better. Remember, we don't need a lot of power. We don't want to be in the friction zone too much. Okay, so right now what that should tell you is you're in the friction zone too much. That's why you're going so fast, okay? Stage 1, that's all you need to be. Maybe stage 2. Good, pull it in a little. Good, 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 good. Easy, nice and easy. When you open up the clutch at the beginning, as soon as you start to move, pull it in a little bit. Then at the end, you might have to start opening it. Try that. Open, close. Pull it in a little. Good. Good. Rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. There you go. Do that again. Copy and paste. Foot up. Go. Pull it in a little. Friction zone, brake, 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 brake. Outstanding, Calvin. Outstanding. When that's done correctly, I know it feels good, but it looks good, right? Look how smooth that was. Foot up. All right, too much speed. And did you hear at the beginning it was puttering?
Yeah.
You got to preload that throttle and keep it loaded. Good, keep it loaded. Keep it loaded. Foot up. Clutch in a little. All right, too much speed. That's why you're going so fast. You're leaving the clutch open too long. Remember, open, close. Open, close it a little bit. Foot up, pull it in a little. Too much speed. If your handlebars are straight the whole time, you know you're going too fast. Open, close. Preload. Open the clutch. Oh, stop, 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 stop. So right now you're making the bike fight. Your bike is sitting. That means you're opening the clutch a lot, but you're holding it with the brake. You got to be easy on that brake. Okay, nice and easy. Good. Foot up. Preload. Preload. All right, give me some more preload next time. The preload's too low. Good. Clutch. Pull it in a little. Pull it in a little. It's all right. Step outside your comfort zone. I'm saying pull it in a little, and you're done. You're keeping it right where it is the whole time. Open. Close it a little bit. Preload. Preload. Get off that brake. You're making it fight. Rear brake. Too much. Whoa, whoa, whoa. All right, it's a race. You win. We'll get it, man. We'll get it. Right there. Here's bike puttering. Preload. Preload. You hear that puttering? No, the bike's letting you know I need power. All right, 10 push-ups, front brake. But that's because you're, don't worry about that. You're going too fast. And you're going too fast because when you open the clutch, you're just keeping it open the whole time. Remember, open, close. Open it and then close it a little. Don't close it all the way. But you're on the rear brake the whole time. And you should be braking, 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 timing it.
So not full braking.
Not from the start. From the start, it's gradual. Braking, braking. You're slowing down. Stay in the friction zone the whole time until you put your foot down.
Okay.
Then.
Did I have enough gas, enough throttle?
Your preload was fine. Yep.
That was like 16 something.
Yeah, it was fine. Head nod, straight ahead. Clutch. Foot up, close it a little, close it a little. Rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. Now see what's happening there is you're not braking until you get here. As soon as this bike starts moving, I want you to start braking. Okay. But light pressure and gradually increase it as you get closer to the next cone.
So same friction zone the whole time.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. Unless it's too much friction zone. Like that's something that you got to feel. All right. Preload. 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 Keep it loaded. Clutch. Open the clutch. Open the clutch. Open it. Open it. Open it. Close it a little. Friction zone. Friction zone. Friction zone. So now what happened there is, I'm saying open the clutch. You're opening it so slow. That's why you're falling right away. Open it faster, but then close it. Open, close, like I showed you. Open, close. No, we just got here, Lori. Good. Head nod straight ahead. Clutch. Open it. Open it. Open it. Close it a little. There we go. Friction. Keep your friction zone right there. See, now right there, that was good. Now that's a good open close, but then as soon as you started moving, you started doing this with your clutch. Just keep it where it is and start braking. When you did it at the beginning, that's it. That's just to get the bike past that falling feeling.
Okay.
Once you start moving, and you close the clutch a little bit, keep it there. Start braking, and keep the clutch open until you put your foot down, then pull it in. Preload. Clutch, open it, open it, open it. Close it a little. Good, keep the clutch right there. Brake, 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 brake. There we go. Do that again. Clutch. Oh, good, 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 good. Brake, 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 brake. Right there at the end, you pulled the clutch in because you felt falling. If you just opened it, you would have been good. All right, good job. Guys, I get the nerves, trust me. Preload, preload. I get the nerves. We just got here, so that's why I tell everybody, be patient with yourself. Clutch, good, look at that. That was almost exercise number 3 right there. Good, good, friction zone, friction zone. Beautiful, Hopsa, oh my God, do it again. Nice. Woo, one more time. See how she's working that out? See how the bike, as soon as she started to move, the handlebars went to the right, and it started to fall. All right, give me one more. Speed, picking up the foot right away. Outstanding, outstanding. Are you making a right turn? Why you got your signal light on? You making a right turn? All right, you ready? We got this, don't worry about it. Are you covering the rear brake? Make sure you're following the first 5 steps. Cover that rear brake, good. Let me hear your preload. More. More. Good. Clutch. Good, good. Foot up. All right, here's what we're gonna do. Forget about stopping. Open up that clutch and just ride while I'm walking. Don't pass me. Ride nice and slow. Drag the rear brake, stay in the friction zone. Okay? Preload the throttle. Good. Open the clutch. Good, open it, open it, open it. Foot up, get your foot up. Pull the clutch in a little bit. Pull it in a little bit. Keep the throttle loaded. A little bit, don't pull it in all the way. Stay in the friction zone, use the rear brake. Clutch, 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 you're good, you're good. You're good. Preload. Good, keep that throttle loaded, listen to it. Start opening the clutch. Good, come on, open it, open it, open it. Foot up, keep it loaded. Pull the clutch in a little, pull the clutch in a little, good. Stay just like that. Keep the throttle loaded, keep it loaded. Open the clutch, open the clutch. Shut it off, shut it off, shut it off. There you go. All right, that's just you not. Look at the response time on this guy. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Hold up. Kickstand. That's my bad. You got it?
Yep.
All right, why did it fall? What did you do to make it fall? Pull the clutch in. Yep, you pull the clutch in. That's all. All right. All right, guys, we're going to move on. Exercise number 1. Smooth stop from speed. And you'll see in a second why I'm giggling about that. Any questions on anything that we just did?
When we were doing that, we should have kept our foot on the brake pretty much the whole time too, correct?
Yeah. Well, your foot's always on it because it's step number 2. Right. Cover the rear brake. But you should be applying it almost right from the start. Because the longer you wait to apply it, you're just putting pressure on yourself to now do more.
So you preload it.
Mm-hmm. That's step number 3.
And then lightly let off the brake. And then bring it back down because it's still preloaded. So you shouldn't even have to touch doing what you're doing. You shouldn't even really have to touch the clutch or the gas.
What's the question?
When we were doing that, you should just pretty much use the brake.
Yeah. Yeah. So exactly.
Clutch and the gas should just remain the same.
So his question is when you're moving, are you just using the brake? Should I just use the brake? And the answer is yes. So the clutch is almost like a set it and forget it thing. So what a lot of you guys were doing is you were opening your clutch and keeping it open too long. That makes sense because it's making you feel better because it's providing you speed. But now you have to stop in a short distance in time. So now, again, you're just creating a situation where, so in that exercise, as soon as you open the clutch, that's where that open close thing comes in. And you were doing it from the start, and then at the end, you kind of went away from it. I should see your bike go like this, right from the start. Because if it goes like this and stays like this, you're going to be going too fast. Open it and then close it a little bit. And then wherever you are, if that's working, stay there. Stay there all the way until you put your foot down. But you need to be braking at the same time while you're staying there. That's what's going to keep that bike up. And when you guys did it right, I know you felt it. Because it looks good, it feels good. Because in that moment, you're in full control. Now listen, I do recognize that there are times when the balance just works out. I can tell when that is. So I forgot who it was, but the bike was, and then they brought it to a stop. I love that kind of stop because in that moment, you're making it work. You're making it work. Lori, how relevant is your balance to keep the motorcycle upright at slow speeds? 100 being a lot, 0, none, 50's in the middle.
None. I think because the motorcycle is balancing itself if you're using the right amount of friction zone and brake.
Okay. You agree with that? How relevant is your balance at slow speeds to keep the bike up? 100? Huh? None. None? 50?
I'd say
0? 50? 0? 0? 0? 50. 0 is the correct answer. Excellent. Excellent, Lori. Excellent, whoever said 0. Remember, we talked about it at the beginning. What keeps the motorcycle up at slow speeds? We said sufficient power to the rear wheel. We didn't mention balance, right? Your balance is not relevant to keep this bike up at slow speeds. So that's why anytime you felt the bike falling, the motorcycle's falling out of balance, not you. Open up your hand, your balance doesn't change. It's the bike's balance, right? So it makes sense to me that you want to keep speed, or you want to keep the speed as long as you can and stop abruptly. So all right, it's perspective time. And the reason why I had Audra just ride the bike next to me. So guys, when I do private lessons, I talked to you about this, and people come out and say, I just need help with U-turns. That's what I start them with. And I'm doing that sometimes for hours. We never make it to the U-turn box, not even close. Because that exercise, and sometimes I'll have somebody that I see, I can't start with that. And I start with what I started Audra with. Just getting them comfortable riding the motorcycle in the friction zone, slowly. If I see them going too fast, the handlebars are straight, slow down, because the bike is doing the work for you. I need you going so slow, you're in control of the bike as far as keeping it up, right? So that exercise, guys, in my opinion, is one of the most important exercises out here because you are being forced to be in full control. That's why I'm only giving you 15 feet. You don't have a lot of space to rely on speed. So if you do it properly, pick your foot up. Remember, I told you when I was in front of you guys and I went to move, I'm starting out on the brake because I still want the bike to not fall. I don't want to feel that falling. But some of you guys, who was it? All right, I can't remember at the moment. Oh, it was you. As he's sitting there, before his bike moves, I see this. What's happening? Too much brake while he's opening the clutch into the friction zone. So he's making the bike fight. So again, your bike should always, like I said earlier, your bike should always be able to move freely while you're in the friction zone. I shouldn't see it sitting. And Calvin, your bike was doing that a little bit too. Every time right before you move, it would sit. Too much rear brake, okay? Again, guys, we just got here, that's step 1. I want you to practice that exercise. The good thing about starting smooth and stopping smooth is you have to stop the motorcycle every time you ride. So if you in your mind, people tell me all the time, Rob, I hear you in my head every time I'm riding, right? Every time you're coming to that stop, friction zone, friction zone, friction zone, rear brake, rear brake, rear brake, bing, even make the sound, I don't give a shit, bing, right? The point is, that's what you want. You're not gonna get it all the time, and that's fine. But it should be more times than not, and when you don't get it, you should know why you didn't get it. What did I do? I pulled the clutch in too early. I'm going too fast. I'm not applying enough rear brake, right? And Hafsa, you need to make a smooth start and stop video. Oh my God, that was beautiful, man. It was just, bing, smooth stop. And when she started, the foot comes up, there's zero stress, right? Anyway, any questions on that, guys? Now, how we were stopping right there, or how we were supposed to be stopping right there, that's how I want you stopping all day, all day. And as I say that, Tell me your name again, dear. I'm sorry. Elaine. When Elaine pulled up, the reason why her stop was so nice is because she's stopping out of speed. We don't need a lot of speed, but if we just give ourselves a little bit of speed, it's easier to stop smooth because the bike's helping you. This is forcing it to be on you, period. Smooth start, smooth stop. So if you practice this, if this is a little too much for you, do every other cone, right? The distance is not important. I just don't want it to be a lot of space because the more space I give you, the faster you're gonna go, all right? All right, speaking of stopping out of speed, that's the next exercise we're gonna do. Smooth stops from speed. Now please listen closely to these instructions because every practice session, I haven't had one practice session where everybody does it correctly. And I'm starting to think maybe I'm not explaining it properly. All right, you guys are gonna go down there. I'm gonna be down here. I'm a stop sign. The purpose of this exercise is to get you to be accustomed to riding. We're gonna go up to second gear. This is not about speed, guys. This is not emergency braking, right? You don't have to be going very fast. If you wanna go faster, that's fine. But when you use that front brake to slow down, you better slow down. Use that brake, right? Purpose of this exercise is to get you to initially start braking with the front brake because we're gonna be going faster than 10 miles per hour, right? Go up to second gear. I'm sorry, go up to second gear first. When you go to brake, first gear, downshift. Brake, 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 brake. And then near the end of that stop, transition from the front brake to the rear brake only. That's what this exercise is. We need to know when the transition. So now when should that transition be? It could be right before you're gonna stop. You could be on the front brake, front brake, front brake, and when you get to the end of the stop, get off of it. Don't just pop it out because then the bike will do that. Come off, rear brake, and again, I just told you I want you stopping like this. As a matter of fact, you're gonna be coming along those cones. I want your stop to require the friction zone at the end of it. That's how slow I want you going at the end of the stop. Is everybody clear about that? I don't want you to use speed and stop smoothly. Everybody could do that. Slow that bike down. And again, we're gonna be going next to the same cones you were just doing it. Slow that bike down so that when you get to me, you need the friction zone. And this is another point that I want to point out to you. The front brake. Now, if I stop the way everybody stops with speed into the stop, then yeah, that's all I need. Abrupt, 2 feet down. But if I want to stop smoothly, and I know I need the friction zone at the end of the brake, at the end of the stop, how am I going to keep my throttle loaded and brake with the front brake? So it's showing you that's not how you're supposed to do this. Preload, friction zone, rear brake, rear brake, rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. When I put my foot down, then I pull the clutch in. That's how I want you stopping here. Everybody clear about that? Who doesn't understand what they need to do? Does anyone need to see a demo? Yes, okay. I should stop asking, just do it because I'm telling you, man. All right, so I'm gonna get on this bike. I get on the low side I could do it on this bike, but I get on the high side because it's just easier. Especially if you have a backrest, you're riding the ultra limited, it's too much stuff. I'm not a karate expert. I don't want to be kicking my legs up high and scraping my saddlebags when I don't really make it. Right hand, right grip. Who hasn't seen the video I did on this? Check it out. The video's done very well because it's helped out a lot of people. Right foot on the right. Now, this is the thing. People go, I don't want to tip the bike. I'm not getting on the bike like this, but you see it's still not tipping, right? But sometimes the ground might be, a little like this. So we got to use common sense standards. Left hand, left grip. I'm not going to step up. I'm going to step in. So I'm going to lean on this hand and step in. Now the weight's distributed over the bike and I can just step through. So when my wife's on the bike, and yes, if I ride 2 up, she gets on first. I don't want to be trying to be sitting here doing this while she's getting on. No. You get on, baby, and then I'll get on. All right, BRB. First gear. Covering the rear brake, reload, clutch, rear brake, 10-9s. Second gear, front brake, downshift, slow that bike down so that I get to the speed where my handlebars are doing this. Now, friction zone, rear brake, rear brake, rear brake, smooth stop. So even though I'm coming out of speed, I don't want to stop that way because then the bike's working for me. I'm going to slow this bike down enough so that when it gets to the end of the stop, it's the same way we were stopping there. That's how I want you stopping all day. I want you practicing that. Listen, I need you to be comfortable being uncomfortable. The good thing about that discomfort is, like I said, it will dissipate, and it's small fractions of moments. You know, it's not like you're uncomfortable the whole time. The end of that stop, friction zone, friction zone. And so when we talk about our feelings, the same way when I first started flying on an airplane, that feeling that the plane takes off and then it does like a little dip. I remember I thought I was going to die that day. I was panicking. And then I look across the aisle and this lady's got her legs crossed. She's reading the paper. And I start looking around. I'm like, am I the only one that thinks I'm about to die? Right? Now when I fly, I still feel that, but my brain doesn't process it as, oh crap, because now that feeling is normal to me. And so that's going to happen on this bike too. Eventually it's going to get to a point where, like this U-turn I made, I know that as long as I got that power, I'm good. So I could turn, lean the bike. Nothing's going to happen as long as I got the power. So wherever the clutch is, I'm just going to keep it there. If I keep it there, put a little bit of pressure on the rear brake, because what does the rear brake give us? Correction and control. Boom, nice and easy. We'll talk about U-turns when we get to them. Questions? All right, head down there, I'll be down there. I'm a stop sign. No reason to speed to a stop sign. Good, good, good. Excellent, excellent, Renee. No. Too much speed. Too much speed. All right, you can park. So a lot of the times when I'm doing this exercise, even though I'm going like this with my hand, people are just watching them, they're not slowing down. Too much speed. Too much speed. I told you guys, it doesn't matter. I can demonstrate it, I can talk about it, I can put it in writing. The speed is what makes people feel comfortable, so that's what they're gonna do. Good, 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 good. All right, right now we're working with that clutch. Too much power on the clutch, okay? Easy on that rear brake, easy on that rear brake. Preload. Preload. So yeah, he's a little heavy on that rear brake. I want you to stay in the friction zone to the stop, but you can't be too high in the friction zone. Remember, stages 1 or 2. That was about to be it. Like, he was good. He slowed the bike down enough so that he was going to need the friction zone. Good, good. Friction zone, friction zone, friction zone. Not bad at all. Did you go to second gear? Yeah. Good job. No, you're good. That was perfect. You're doing fine, Lori. Preload, preload, preload. It's chug-a-lugging. Preload. Keep it loaded, Lori. Throttle's too low. Preload, Lori, preload. I don't want to hear the throttle chugging. Good, good, good. Friction zone, friction zone. Keep the clutch open. Brake, 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 brake. Woo! That's what I'm talking about, Lori. I mean, Amy.
I hear that phrase in my head every time you say something.
Beautiful. Good, 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 good. Good. Friction zone, friction zone, friction zone, friction zone. Preload, preload. Good. Yeah, see that falling at the end? All right, friction zone to the end, brother. Good. Good, 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 good. Yeah, so right, what you did right there, you started to go into the friction zone. As soon as you felt falling, time to stop. Stay into the friction zone. Don't let that bike tell you when to stop. All right. All right, guys, we're gonna move on to exercise number 2, the slow ride, no brakes. Hey, Lori, the guns are off the chain. Tell me if you're picking up what I'm putting down. If I say to you the guns are off the chain, what am I talking about?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I will be practicing my motorcycling as much as I practice on my arms. But did you tell me to go again? I didn't hear you. Okay.
No. Everybody did one time,
I heard
one
you
time.
say preload, so I was.
Well, you know why? Because as you're pulling away, your bike is chug-a-lugging.
I heard it.
Cluck, 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 right from the start and then the whole time. And so that's why somebody already knocking down the cones. And so that's why we do everything first, just going straight. This is the time to get the preload down, the clutch control, all of that stuff. Because once we start turning, that's when stuff starts getting like, ugh. Because people don't, listen, motorcycle riders for the most part ride straight and make slight turns. That's all they do. And why they do that? Because they only go fast. When you go slow, then you can turn like this. But that's when the feet come out and people will just walk the bike, right? That's the friction zone, right? That's the friction zone. And I told you it's going to change a lot of things. Learning how to ride a motorcycle properly is also going to cost you money. And what I mean by that is, when you don't really know how to ride a bike, a lot of stuff doesn't matter. Those handlebars look cool. I'll take them. Because if all I do is this, so what's the issue? Then I go to be the boss of your motorcycle practice session. Shit, I can't reach my clutch. I got to change these bars. It's going to cost you some money. They're not practical to ride. Okay? All right. So, and keep in mind, I don't care how good your bike looks. Once you start doing this, well, you know what? That's actually not true. And here's why that's not true. How many people saw the video I put out titled, "Are You an Average Motorcycle Rider?" Okay. So in this country, so many people don't know how to do this. It's normalized. So that's why nobody feels bad about doing that, because everybody's doing it. And if you're not doing it, you're going to get a lot of attention. But they're going to put you in a category. Oh, you must be a motor officer. You must do competitions. You have to be something exceptional, because in their minds, you're doing something extra. It's not extra. It's just that's how you're supposed to ride a motorcycle, right? And so listen, again, I say this all the time. The more comfortable and confident you get doing this, you're going to feel compelled to share it. Watch how you share it. Watch the inflection of your voice and your tone, because, you know, people get butthurt. You know, we're not trying to say we're better than you. Technically, we ride better than you, but we know where we started. I learned how to ride a motorcycle from the NYPD Highway Patrol Motorcycle Unit. Prior to that, I never rode a motorcycle before. So that's all I know. And so that's why when I started my channel and people thought I was crazy because I was doing this shit on a CVO, first of all, I didn't know what a CVO was. And second of all, that's how I know how to ride. Like, you know. So if you want to start a conversation, you're going to run into the people that say, I'm good. People have lost friends, riding friends, because now that they see, they try to share, and the people are like, I'm good. And you see they're not good. And it's going to bother you. So if you ride with them, ride behind them. That's all I'm going to say. All right? Ride behind them. All right. Any questions on that exercise? I told you if people are going to screw it up, it happens every time. Because that speed just makes you feel so good, right? And I know you think I'm going slow. You're still going too fast. Because I told you, I want you stopping the same speed you were going between those two cones. That's why I set it up here to give you like a little bit of a parameter. Okay, I need to slow down. And so if you stopped and it was smooth, which most of you were, beautiful, but just know the bike was helping you. Where's Sean? So here's why I'm gonna give Sean credit. Sean slowed down appropriately. I heard his preload go up. So I know, good, he's about to enter the friction zone. Then he popped his clutch. He never stopped. Right? But see, I don't care, because the most important part about that, he was doing. He was preloading the throttle to go back into the friction zone. But remember, guys, that's why we cover the rear brake. Remember, I told you, correction and control. So in that case, it's correction. We're never going to be perfect with the clutch. Every now and then, we're going to open it up too quickly. If that happens, sometimes just closing it is not enough. But because we're already on that rear brake, as soon as we feel it, correct it, right? So sometimes our braking can be smooth. Sometimes it's going to be a little bit more abrupt. It's okay. The situation is always going to dictate what you need to do. And the beauty is, what you need to do will be a list of things to do now because your options are growing. But without having any of this, squeeze and hope for the best. All right? All right. Exercise number 2, guys, the slow ride. Audra, we were already doing that. Where's Audra? Oh, we were already doing that. That's what we're going to do. We're going to use those same cones, right? Well, we don't need the cones, but the point is, I'm going to be walking and you're going to be riding. Do not pass me. I said this yesterday. I already told you I was NYPD Highway Patrol. You think I like being passed? Don't pass me, right? Now I'm not. Yes, ma'am.
Quick question. You said cover the rear brake. I was also told in my MSF course to not cover the rear brake because it gives a false braking light behind me. So I'm like trying to balance.
What do you ride?
CBR Harmless.
All right, covering the rear brake does not mean you're applying pressure to it. Now, if your motorcycle is going to apply that rear brake, just covering it, then you're going to have to, because you don't want to be riding around just dragging the rear brake for nothing. Right. But with these bikes, just resting your foot on it won't apply it. I don't think it will on your bike either.
No,
I have to push pretty hard. Yeah. So yeah, you're covering it, just resting your foot on it. That's all you're doing. Okay? All right. Now, guys, I'm going to walk at a normal pace. I'm going to say, are you ready? You're going to say yes. I used to give people a longer head start. I don't do that anymore. This is where open close comes in handy. If you open the clutch and keep it open too long, you're going to pass me. I'm letting you know that right now. Open it, close it, and then work it out. Now, I know people say, well, Rob, you told me address it as soon as I feel it. Feel it, feel it, feel it, feel it. No. Step outside your comfort zone. I want you to feel it, but work it out a little bit. Just like if you were on your bicycle. You can work it out a little bit before you provide that power. And when you need that power, open, close. If you open it too long, you're going to pass me. This exercise is to get you comfortable. I want you to feel uh-oh and open, close. Because this is another exercise that's bedrock. Super important. Open, close is relevant all the time. Sometimes it's with the clutch, sometimes it's with the rear brake. But in this case, it's the clutch because I'm not allowing you to use the rear brake in this exercise. No rear brake. Are we clear? Open, close, work it out, open, close. All right. Oh, what you got, man?
And no front brake, right?
I'm going to start giving people questions just for asking me that. I mean, push-ups. Just for asking me, no front brake? Yes. That's a rhetorical question, I know, because he was here yesterday. All right, any logical questions? I'm kidding. You ready? No foot on the rear brake. All right. Head nice, straight ahead. All right, let's do it. Now you got a little bit of a downhill here, so you're good.
Yeah, you're right.
All right, rear brake, smooth stop. Shit, you start with no brake. Gotta go over there. That's a first. All right, so I'll move the camera back because they got a downhill at the start, but eventually it starts going up. And I want them to have to use the clutch. Smooth stop, friction zone, friction zone. All right, you ready? No rear brake. Let's do it. Got a little downhill here, so you don't need that clutch. Good. Clutch, clutch, clutch. Good. 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 All right, rear brake, smooth stop. Outstanding, Rob. Outstanding. Because when I told him, all right, smooth stop, he didn't just jam the brake. He waited until his handlebars were right, and then he stopped. Good. Friction zone, friction zone. All right, you ready? No rear brake. Now you got a downhill at first, so you don't need to have that clutch open long at all. It's a downhill at first. Let's do it. Uh-oh, uh-oh. No brake. All right, rear brake, smooth stop. All right, man. That's the second person that stopped the motorcycle with no brake. Good. Friction zone, friction zone, friction zone. All right, you're still putting that foot down while the bike is still moving. Friction zone, rear brake. All right, you ready? No brake. All right, let's do it. Good. Rear brake, smooth stop. All right, good job. This is good. They're going so slow that they're stopping without using any brakes. They're just putting their foot down. Good. Friction zone, slow down, friction zone, yeah. So you keep throwing that foot down because you feel falling. Friction zone. All right, you ready? Foot off the brake. No brake. All right, let's do it. Too much clutch right away. Too much clutch. Keep going though, because you're going to start going up a hill here. All right, rear brake, smooth stop. So you do so.
I didn't use friction zone at all when I did.
Wait, yeah, you were definitely using it right there because at the end of the stop, you just got to give me more rear brake. Okay? All right. Good job. Good. Friction zone. Rear brake. All right. See that fall? Make sure you stay in the friction zone. What's step number 2? Cover the rear brake. And I can see you're not doing that because when you start, you got 2 feet on the ground and 2 feet come up. So remember, make sure it's in first gear and cover the rear brake. Speaking of rear brake, no rear brake. Don't even cover it. Take your foot off of it. Ready? Don't pass me. Head and eyes up. Foot up. Good. Rear brake, smooth stop. You're good. Yeah, right here. Good. Friction zone. Same thing. As soon as you feel falling, stay in that friction zone. Trust it. All right, no rear brake. Don't pass me. Let's do it. Rear brake, smooth stop. All right, good job. All right, beautiful. You ready? No rear brake. Let's do it. Don't pass me. Excellent. Rear brake, smooth stop. Rear brake. Good job. Every stop that she's made has been smooth, except that one. We're going to talk about why. Good. Friction zone. All right, ready? No rear brake. Don't pass me. Good. Rear brake, smooth stop. Smooth enough. What? Another stop not smooth? How surprising. Good. Friction zone. Rear brake. Stay in the friction zone. All right. All right, you ready? No rear brake.
No, none. Okay.
Don't pass me. Let's do it. Rear brake, smooth stop. Rear brake. Smooth stop. Smooth enough. Good. Friction zone. Ah. All right, we're working on it. Okay. All right, you ready? No rear brake. Don't pass me. All right, let's do it. right, rear brake, smooth stop. Smooth enough. Too much speed, too much speed. All right, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna walk next to you, you're gonna ride. In the friction zone. In the friction zone. Drag the rear brake. When I tell you to start braking, keep the clutch. Come on this side. Keep the clutch exactly where it is. Just brake, 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 nice and smooth. Okay? It's not about going fast. We're gonna open this clutch, open, close, just to get the bike moving. I need you to get that foot up as soon as it starts to move. Trust and believe. Preload. Cover that rear brake. Good. Clutch. Open it up. Open it up. Foot up. Go. Pull it in a little. Just a little. So you're yanking it in. When you open it, pull it in a little bit. Right. I still want you in the friction zone. Don't take it all the way. All right. And we're going this way. All right. Good. Head nice. Straight ahead. Give me some more preload. Keep it there. Clutch. Open it. Foot up. Foot up. Pull it in a little bit. Just a little. Keep it loaded. Pull it in. Pull it in. Pull it in. Keep it right there. Keep it right there. Keep it right there. Keep the throttle loaded. Clutch. 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 See, if you start to feel falling, it means that your clutch is in too much. All you gotta do is open it back up. All right? All right. However you want to get back over there, go ahead. Whoa, 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 whoa. We ain't gonna walk it. Preload the throttle. Cover that rear brake. Preload it. Keep it loaded. Clutch. Open it. Keep it loaded. Open it. Keep it loaded. Keep it loaded. Pull it in a little. Keep that throttle loaded. Keep it loaded. You're good. Clutch, 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 clutch. All right, guys, you can walk it from here. All right, guys, trust and believe time. Do they trust and believe? We're gonna find out. Questions, comments, concerns. I don't do complaints.
I didn't realize my bike was falling until you pointed it out.
Yeah, man, yeah.
Putting my foot down.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, you know what? He's right.
Yeah.
He's right. It was falling.
So I want you guys to know. I was just saying to Sean, if I see you do something and I say, hey, never seen that before, I'll let you know. Everything that you guys are dealing with, this is it, right? And so with Audra, that's what Audra's dealing with. Audra does not want to pick her foot up because unless she has that speed. So I want you to know that's why we have to practice this stuff first. Like if you just try to jump into U-turns, it's going to be extra scary. If you don't feel comfortable with the bike straight up and down, riding it slowly, and being comfortable with the friction zone, you got to get comfortable with that first before you start doing all this other stuff, right? So remember, use that rear brake to your advantage. Now, yeah, I don't absolutely need it because if I do my open close properly, first gear, cover the rear brake. I'm not going to use the rear brake. I'm just going to open close from the start. I'm good. I'm good. Front brake. So I can say until I'm blue in the face, Audra, trust it. Just trust it. Time. Time. Like I said, that's why you have to date the motorcycle. You don't trust some dude you just met, right? Right? And if it's a girl, you don't trust the guy you first met. Trust has to be earned. The way you earn trust on this bike is with time and practice. So I don't need speed. Preload the throttle. As soon as I feel it starting to move, foot up, rear brake, rear brake. But I'm in the friction zone, friction zone, friction zone. Smooth stop. All right. So I keep using the word trust. Lori, do you trust and believe that as long as you provide sufficient power to the rear wheel of your motorcycle that it won't fall? Who here trust and believe that as long as you provide sufficient power, the bike won't fall? Raise your hand if you trust and believe. Raise your hand if you don't. You trust and believe? You don't trust that you're not going to? Oh, okay.
I know that's my...
Most people. Well, allow me to say to Most of you, you're full of shit, right? But I get it. When I ask that question, people are answering it intellectually. They trust and believe it. But if you're ever putting your foot down when you feel the bike falling, you don't trust it and you don't believe it. That's what the next exercise we're going to do is. It's called trust and believe. And this exercise, I don't want you practicing it in traffic, but keep in mind, it's always relevant in traffic. Anytime you ride, trust and believe is relevant, because this is the exercise that's going to reprogram your brain. We got to reprogram your brain to associate falling on your motorcycle, not with this, with that. That's what this exercise is about. And I have to do it. It's not really extreme. People, this exercise bothers people. Even though the worst that could happen is the bike tips over. But keep in mind, we're going to follow the first 5 steps. Lori, what's always step number 1?
First gear.
Step number 2. Step number 2. Cover the rear brake. Remember, it's a square. Step number 3. Preload the throttle and keep it loaded. This is the exercise where, because people are so focused on the next steps, they forget about the preload and then they wind up stalling. Step number 4. Bring your clutch right before the friction zone, because in this exercise, as soon as you open your hand, you're going to need that power. Step number 5. I'm going to say, foot up. And when I say foot up, don't think, now this happens all the time. When I say foot up, don't think about it. Just pick your foot up. And what do I get? Foot up. Give me a second, Rob.
Let me think about it.
Don't think about it. Because this is supposed to mimic a uh-oh moment. And uh-oh moments aren't planned. So here's how this is going to work. You pick your foot up. Sometimes the balance of the motorcycle is going to just work out and you're going to be sitting there for a little while. As soon as you feel the motorcycle falling, address it. And then I want you to come to a smooth stop, because this is not just about flying out. We got to be in control. 3 C's of preloader nation. Give me one. Give me one. Anybody? Confidence. Confidence. Control. Consistency. Confidence is first because everything follows that. That's what we're working on today. Control. We need to be in control of these motorcycles at all time. Full control. And then consistency. A lot of things fall under that umbrella, and we'll talk about it. All right. So I'm going to demonstrate this for you in 2 ways. Right? Now, before I say that, don't just, when I say foot up, don't just pick up your foot and open your hand. You need to feel falling. That's the only way this is going to work. Feelings. You got to feel it. And as soon as you feel it, address it. If you do it that way, it's a small movement. It's not a big deal. But your brain is going to be like, and so that's why when I tell you guys to stop smoothly at the end, forget about that. Listen, you got room. You have space. So don't worry about it. Smooth stop at the end. That's always the goal. So I'm going to demonstrate it in 2 ways. The first way, I'm going to address it as soon as I feel it. And when I do that, you're barely going to notice it. It's nothing. And then the second time, I'm going to wait a little while, let the bike fall a little bit longer. Now I'm going to have to open my hand more, because that's not going to be sufficient. Now what's going to happen is, whichever way it starts to fall, when I open my hand, that's the way it's going to go. But it's going to straighten up, right? So that smooth start and stop, guys, that's the skill and the technique that you need to use when you're coming out of a turn into a stop. So when you hear most motorcycle riders say, I had to lay her down, this is what's happening. They've committed to a turn, either with the handlebars or with a lean or both, and then they see something and they go, oh crap, time to stop. Brake. If you just hit the brake, front or rear, and you're already committed, the bike's going to fall. And I used to push back on had to lay her down, but I don't anymore, because they're right. I told you your options are limited to your skill level. So if that's the only thing they have in their tool belt, they had to lay her down. But we know they don't have to lay the bike down. So if you're in the lean already, first let me say, the reason this is happening is because they're not turning their head and their eyes before they make the turn. Because if they did, they would see that. Remember, when we're riding, even if it's not right there, we keep our head and our eyes up so that our vision is wide. We always have to be scanning and anticipating. So if I see something that even looks like it might be an issue, I'm going to adjust what I'm doing. So if I was leaning, I'm coming out of that lean, right? But if I'm already leaned, I see that, same thing we're doing here. Open up the clutch, rear brake. That's how you're going to straighten up the bike, because it always wants to go straight with the power. We don't need a lot of power. We just need enough to straighten it out. Brake, brake, brake. Boom. Then you can, you know, if you do that, now you're not cursing people out. See, it's not their fault that you don't know what you're doing or that you're not looking. All right. Questions on trust and believe. Demo. First gear. I'm covering the rear brake. Now, a lot of people do this. They're holding the brake so hard that when I say foot up and they open the clutch, the bike doesn't move. Make sure you're not holding the bike back. Preload. That's good. Clutch. I want it right before the friction zone. All right, right there is good. My head and my eyes are straight ahead. All right, Frank. Friction zone, friction zone. Smooth stop. I addressed that as soon as I felt it. And the way you could tell it was falling is the bike went to the left. So you saw what just happened to my foot? That's why we need to stop like this. Because if you're stopping like this and you hit that, that's how we get hurt. Now you're trying to catch the bike. Smooth. All right, let's do it again. Let me give you more room. Give myself more room. First gear. Cover the rear brake. Reload. Clutch right before the friction zone. Ready? Smooth stop. Now I'm more to the right because the bike was falling more. So that's the initial one might be scary for you, but just like getting on that roller coaster that you were all scared of, the third time you get on it, you're not that scared anymore. So this is what I'm talking about when I talk about the feelings and the normalcy of it. That first feeling I felt, it doesn't do anything to me anymore because I know I'm right before the friction zone. This is all I have to do. Think about that. The thing that gives us so much fear is corrected just by moving my fingers like this. That's all you got to do. And then smooth stop. Questions? Any?
So you do not have any of your back brake down while you're doing this?
Depends. For instance, when I was doing that right here in front of you guys, it's a hill. So I don't want the bike moving. I forgot to tell you that, guys. I don't want that bike moving at all when you pick your foot up. I want it perfectly still. I'm looking at the front tread on the tire. I'm looking at the tread on the front tire. If I see it move even a little bit, I'm going to tell you you're moving. Because you're so nervous, you don't even realize the bike's moving because that means you're in the friction zone. A little bit, the bike's moving. Or I see the bike sitting. You're in the friction zone while you're on the rear brake. So you can apply the rear brake at first, but again, you only apply it if you need it. Cover it, but make sure when you pick up that foot, it happens all the time, people go to move and the bike goes like this because they're jamming the brake, all right? Oh, and I'd be remiss if I didn't bring up the exercise we did before this. That was beautiful. 3 of you stopped the bike. You were going so slow that when I said come to a smooth stop, you didn't use any brakes. It was Renee and somebody, you just put a foot down. The bike, Calvin, it was Calvin. The bike just stopped. I was like, what kind of shit is this? But you'll notice that none of your stops were smooth. It's done by design. Again, I need to get feelings involved so that you retain it. That's why I told you not to cover the brake. So when I say, okay, smooth stop, smash. All over the place, right? That's why we cover it, all right? All right. Anybody need to see another demo on Trust and Believe? Great. Say it again? Yeah, we like to see it. You're not even in the class, man. Oh, by the way, guys, when you guys pull out here, I want you pulling out of this spot, and when you make your turn, I want you straight up. Don't lean the motorcycle. Anything you do on this motorcycle riding very slowly in the friction zone straight up is always more difficult than anything leaning. I don't care how tight the turn is leaning. Anytime you can lean the motorcycle, you have assistance. You need speed to lean. So anything you do straight up takes way more skill. That's how I want you guys pulling out of here, straight up, okay? I saw you guys pull out before. A couple of you were straight up, but most of you, and I expect it, lean. Don't lean it, straight up. So only what's required.
Only when you need it. Okay.
All right, you ready? First gear, yes, covering the rear brake. Clutch right before the friction zone.
What's that?
Is your clutch right before the friction zone? All right. Foot up. All right, you're hesitating. As soon as you hear it, do it. Foot up. Make sure you put your foot forward because you're hitting the shifter.
Okay.
Foot up. Clutch, 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 clutch. Smooth stop. Smooth stop. Good, nice and easy. Friction zone, friction zone, friction zone. Okay, you're working it out, man. Working it out. All right, don't forget to come to a smooth stop. Foot up. Smooth stop. Nice, Rob. Keep it loaded, brother. Cover that rear brake. Too much speed, too much speed. Yeah, we don't want that. See, for that whole thing, the bike did it. Nice and slow.
So help me out with that. When I'm not, you see, I'm going too fast.
You're going too fast.
I just need to slow down.
Yeah, you should be starting out like this. You're starting out like this. Because you're letting the bike do the work. All right, we want the friction zone to do the work. All right, make sure you're holding the bike. See how the bike's moving backwards? Use the rear brake. Head and eye straight ahead. Pull the clutch in, you're in the friction zone. Pull it in a little bit. Good. Give me some more preload. Foot up. All right, try it again. Foot up. Clutch, clutch. Smooth stop, smooth stop. All right. All right, excellent stop. First gear, covering the rear brake. All right, preload. Use the rear brake, the bike's moving backwards. There we go. Clutch right before the friction zone. Pull it in a little bit, because you're in it. Foot up.
I was on the brake.
Yep. At least you know what you're doing. That's the whole point. All right, preload. Give me some more preload. Foot up. Clutch, clutch, clutch. Smooth stop. Nice and easy. Too much speed, too much speed. Remember, anybody can do that. I want you to ride nice and slow. All right, you ready?
Yeah, preload.
Good. Right before the friction zone, clutch. All right, pull it in, because I don't want you in the friction zone. Wow, yes, your friction zone's early. It's really early. Give me some more preload. It's too low. More. Foot up. No, don't think about it. Just do it. As soon as you hear it, do it. Foot up. Foot up. Smooth stop. I'll take it. Cover the rear brake. Good. What a difference it made once you started using the brake, because you don't have to be perfect with the clutch. All right, you ready? First gear.
Speed up and then just give it a little clutch.
Well, your one foot's on the brake. And when I say foot up, open up the clutch. Don't forget to come to a smooth stop. Address it as soon as you feel it.
As soon as I go foot up, then I can just let go of the clutch, right?
As soon as you feel it, not as soon as you pick your foot up. Because if you pick your foot up, you might not feel it yet.
All right. So preload, and then I'll lift my foot up when you tell me, right?
That's right. And bring the clutch right before the friction zone. Right before it. Make sure you're not in it. You're good? Okay, yeah, right before. Good. Preload. Keep it loaded. Head and eye straight ahead. Foot up. Clutch, 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 clutch. There we go. That's what it is. That's what it is. Let's try it again. Foot up. Clutch, clutch. All right, stop. Let's try it again. Head and eye straight ahead. Foot up. Clutch, 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 clutch. Smooth stop. That's what I'm talking about. Good, slow down. Friction zone, friction zone, friction zone, friction zone. Yeah, we got to get you to be in that friction zone all the way to the end because you're always falling.
Yeah.
All right?
I do have a question for you.
Go ahead.
When I take off, am I using the rear brake when I stop up there?
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't.
Because we're still going less than 10.
Okay.
You know, smooth stop. That's the goal. So you don't have to stop at a specific spot. If you need more space to make it smooth, that's what you do.
Got it. Okay.
All right. Preload. Right before the friction zone. Head and eye straight ahead. Foot up. Clutch, clutch, clutch. Smooth stop. All right. Still falling, still falling. Good, friction zone, friction zone. All right, we're still falling a little bit. All right, first gear, you definitely need to change these. These are too low for you.
I told my wife that before we came
Yeah,
down.
way too low for you. All right, head 9 straight ahead, preload. Clutch right before the friction zone. Foot up. Rear brake, you're holding it. That's what happened. Everything else was good, man. Pull the clutch in, you're in the friction zone. There you go. Foot up. Go ahead, preload. More. Foot up. Clutch, 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 smooth stop. That's what I'm talking about. Slow. Good. Slow down, slow down, slow down. Stay in the friction zone, friction zone, friction zone, rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. There we go. All right. Preload that throttle. You're in first gear? Yes. All right.
Covering the rear brake.
Preload. Clutch right before the friction zone. All right, good. Pull it in a little bit. Pull it in, pull it in. All right, you don't want to be head and eye straight ahead. Pull the clutch in. It's in the friction zone. There we go. Foot up. Clutch, 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 clutch. Son of a bitch.
Oh my goodness.
Come on, man.
Hold on, hold on.
I'm gonna drag you across the ground. I got you, I got you.
You okay?
Yeah. All right, that's 30 push-ups. Duck walk the bike from here to here. All right, you ready? We got to do something with this preload. Now, he dropped his bike because he didn't keep the bike loaded. It stalled, fell over. Keep that throttle loaded. All right, preload the throttle. Bring your clutch right before the friction zone. Good, pull it in a little bit. Pull it in a little bit. Good, head 9 straight ahead. When you hear foot up, pick up your foot as soon as you hear it and come to a smooth stop. Give me some more preload. Foot up. So you're thinking about it. When you hear when you hear it, just pick it up. Huh?
I'm gonna go if I'm gonna fall.
When you feel falling, open your hand. Foot up. Stop, 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 stop. See, so right there, you picked up your foot, then you put it back down. That's what we're trying not to do. All right? Let's try it again. Head 9 straight ahead. Pull the clutch in, pull the clutch in. Wait until you hear me say foot up. Pull the clutch in. You're in the friction zone. I don't want you in the friction zone, right before it. Don't look at it, just listen to it. Foot up. Foot up. Clutch. Good, we're gonna try one more time. That's what we're doing here now, we're practicing.
I might be putting my foot on the brake, can you tell?
Well, your foot, it should be on the brake, but don't press it so you can't move.
Okay, I think
All
I
right.
might have
Preload. Head 9 straight ahead. Pull the clutch in, you're moving. You're moving, pull the clutch in. Pull the clutch in, you're moving. Pull the clutch in. Put up! Pull up! Clutch, clutch! Okay, you can go. You can go.
I promise I'll practice.
Yes, ma'am. Reload! Reload! Beautiful. All right, you ready? Hmm? Oh, okay. First gear, covering the rear brake. Yes, preload. Head and eye straight ahead. Bring that clutch right before the friction zone. Give me some more preload. Foot up. Smooth stop. Excellent. Hi.
So I'll bring it out once we get here so you guys know.
Well, no, we're gonna come in as soon as we're gonna take a break in there.
Okay. She said it should be here probably 20 or some minutes.
Perfect, because we'll be here. We'll be in there way after that.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good. So yeah, we'll have pizza for everybody.
Thank you very much. Awesome. Preload the throttle first. Follow the first 5 steps. Good. Preload. When you open the clutch, you're going to be applying pressure to the rear brake. We're going to ride nice and slow. Good. Keep it loaded. Listen to that. Start opening the clutch. Light pressure on the rear brake. Go ahead. Open it. Open it. Open it. Oh, keep it loaded. Preload that throttle. What happens is once you start moving, you forget about the preload. Keep it loaded. Listen to it. Preload. Keep it loaded. See how it's going down? Don't look at the number. Just listen to it. Give me more. Good. Clutch. Keep it loaded. Keep it loaded. Keep it loaded. Foot up. Rear brake. See how it's going down? Smooth stop. All right. You ready?
Both feet now.
Nope. Cover the rear brake. All right. Preload the throttle.
So when I open it, I don't close it all the way back. I close it back to the friction zone. That way.
No. When you feel falling, you're going to open it, and then you're stopping. So if you need the friction zone, yeah. Knowing you're not going to use the friction zone. You're just going to stop. So that's okay. You can do that. The important part about this isn't the stopping. It's not putting your foot down when you feel falling. Okay? Head and eye straight ahead. Keep it right there. Head and eye straight ahead. Good. Bring this right before the friction zone. Start opening it. Pull it in a little bit. Right there. Keep it loaded. Give me some more preload. When I say foot up, pick up your foot. Don't think about it. Just do it. When you feel falling, open up your hand, but keep that throttle loaded. Foot up. Clutch, 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 clutch. Keep it loaded. Keep it loaded. Come to a stop. I set you up. Use the other hand, Audra. But you see, your preload still got low. You got to make sure you concentrate on that sound, okay? That was good. That's not, you do it. You're struggling with all this other stuff. This is what you're supposed to struggle with. Did that, no problem. All right, guys. Right turns, left turns from its top. It's time to start turning the handlebars. So, guys, keep this in mind. I get it. It's a reflex. Your motorcycle's falling. And so if your hands are already on the handlebars, when the bike falls, you're trying to hold onto the handlebars like it's a cliff. So when you do that, you defeat the purpose of the guards. You pull the bike beyond the guards. Because once that bike is on the side, you're heavier than the bike. That's how you scratch your fairing and stuff like that, right? So I don't want the bike to fall. I want you to open the clutch. Why did his bike fall? It stalled. And so this is what I mean when I say if you don't keep the throttle loaded, with these bikes, when it does that, the front suspension compresses. If the bars are turned even a little bit, which they were, bike down, all right? No big deal, but the damn handlebar broke off the right side of it. So, but the important thing is he's okay. And for the most part, you're gonna be okay out here. Anything could happen, right? So if you guys are coming out to practice anytime, I suggest you buy a half shell helmet because it's just too hot for a full face helmet. And over the course of the day, this will wear you out, period, right? The heat doesn't make it any better. All right, any questions on trust and believe? Now, guys, I want you, whatever you felt there, that's the feeling that we need to associate. And Lori was doing it a couple of times. As soon as she felt foot up, foot back down, foot up, foot back down. That's what we're trying to get away from. That's what that exercise is for. Again, don't do it in traffic, but it's always relevant in traffic. Anytime you feel uh-oh and you put your foot down, that's that exercise, okay? Anytime you see me riding very slowly, doing anything like that, anytime I feel falling and I don't put my foot down, that's because I trust and believe that this is all I need to do, okay? All right, after this exercise, guys, we're gonna take a break. They're buying you guys pizza. I'm telling you, this dealership is just, they take care of us the whole time I'm here, so I appreciate it. Yesterday it was hot dogs. I wasn't touching that, but because all I'm thinking about is I'm out here and I hear, and I got a bunch of people out here. I'm like, guys, give me 10 minutes. Hey, really 20, because I like to marinate. Anyway, okay, moving on. Exercise number 4, guys. I only tell you this because it's a matter of fact, not to intimidate you. This is my highest failure rate exercise. This is why I was telling you guys, turn out and go straight out. I'm trying to get you prepared for this. Right turns, left turns from a stop. Now, we're not going to start it from a stop. We're going to start it with you guys just rolling through. Who has never practiced this exercise before? Okay, good. All right, keys to success. Remember, all of these exercises that I have out here, guys, build on one another. All right? So, when you are approaching this exercise, because at first we're going to do it rolling. It's easier with the bike moving. Let me preface this by saying no leaning in here. Treat this like a gravel road. Motorcycle riders hate gravel roads. I told you guys earlier, the less we know, the more we worry. If you're comfortable riding your motorcycle in the friction zone, exercise number 2, when I'm walking next to you, that's how you ride on gravel. When it's time to turn, this is how you turn, because we're not leaning in gravel, right? So that means our speed has to be appropriate, and really that's it. The only issue here is people going too fast, or as soon as they turn these handlebars, they don't like it. Clutch in, bike down, or clutch out, bike out of the exercise. I don't care if you hit a cone, just don't put your foot down. That's my number one goal, for you not to put your foot down. So today, if you put your foot out and put it back in, I love seeing that, because that's you fighting an instinct against your battle and winning that fight, right? That's the start of it. I like to say from the movie, The Matrix, when Morpheus said,
he's beginning to believe.
That's how I look at that. So as you guys are approaching this, and keep in mind, this is the entrance. If you want to come over here to make a left turn, that's fine. But make a mental note that just means you need to practice this more. Because I can literally be on the left side of this and make a left turn. This is 7.5 feet. There's plenty of room. But again, this is not a competition. You want to go over there? I'm trying to get clean runs. We're looking for wins. So, exercise number 2, as I'm approaching, I'm listening to my preload. If I like the way it sounds, keep it there. Clutch, if my speed's appropriate, I don't need to do anything else with this. Just keep it there. I'm going to drag the rear brake. What comes first, head and eyes or handlebars? Head and eyes. Not at the same time, guys. Head and eyes and then handlebars. Now, what a lot of people do is they wait until they get about right here, start turning. You don't have to make a full lock turn in here. But if you wait late, you're going to force yourself to have to do that. So, head and eyes, handlebars. Don't change anything. And that's what people do. They start changing stuff. If you feel like you need to do anything, the bike feels like it's leaning in, open the clutch a little bit, right? That's trust and believe. Anytime you feel falling and you address it with your clutch, that's trust and believe. And when you make this turn, guys, hold it. Your goal is to be in the middle of this turn. Once you get here, you can come off the brake, open up the clutch a little bit, you're good to go.
What percent is on the brake, you'd say?
What percent is on the brake? I didn't say. There's no percent. So I know a lot of people want specific answers to a lot of these questions. The answer is always, let me say usually, the answer is usually it depends. That's why your feelings are so important. You have to do based on what you feel. If you need more, give more. And so I know a lot of you guys might feel like, I'm going slow enough. Trust me, you're going too fast, right? And you'll be coming up here like this. Just me walking this fast is too fast, just so you know. It's easier to turn the handlebars the slower you go, because anytime you have power back there, it always wants to go straight. So don't fight the bike. If you feel like it's going a little bit too fast, pull a clutch in. When I'm doing my private lessons and I'm watching somebody trying to turn, rigor mortis of the arms, it's like, and I go, pull a clutch in a little bit. Just pull it in a little. Just by taking that little bit of power away. Or tap the rear brake. Or head and eyes, look at me, but that's not really it. You got to slow the bike down, but it's not just about slowing it down. It's about decreasing the amount of power on that rear. It doesn't take a lot, especially when you're going slow. All right, pop quiz. I'm making this left turn. I'm straight up. And then all of a sudden, I'm feeling my motorcycle starting to fall to the right. How do I correct that? That's right. Usually we're saying open the clutch. But in this case, I need to take power away, because we talked about this earlier. If I'm turning left, if my bike is starting to fall to the right, I got a little bit too much power. It's trying to straighten out. Just pulling the clutch back in will correct me, and then I can go right back where I want to be. Again, I'm basing it on what I feel. But in that situation, you got to do that as soon as you feel it, because it's going to get to a point of no return where if it starts going like this and you don't address it soon enough, it's just going to go that way. Because remember, we're going very slowly. Questions?
So basically, you pull in the clutch because it's leaning and it's going to the opposite.
It's the opposite, yeah. Because if a bike is falling this way, if the wheels turn to the left, it should always be falling to the left. If it's starting to go to the right, pull the clutch in. Boom, it's going to go back to the left. And then as soon as I feel it go back to where I want it, open it back up. How much do I open it back up? Depends on what I feel, right? I don't want to go fast, so I'm not going to open it all the way. I'm just going to put it right where I need to be. But remember, I don't have to be perfect with this because I am always dragging the rear brake. I'm letting them work together. I'm not making them fight. Okay? We're going to do this 3 ways, right? And 3 ways left. First way, like I said, just going to go right through. Straight up, don't lean. Second way, you're going to stop. We're going to do it from a stop. Now, I stop right here when I practice. Sometimes here and sometimes here. 3 things determine the radius of a turn on a motorcycle. How's that? Give me one. Lean angle is 1. Handlebar turn. One more. The number 1 contributing factor to wide turns. Speed. So these are the 3 things that are always going to determine the radius of your turn on your motorcycle. Any kind of turn. Speed, handlebar turn, lean angle. So when I do it from here, I can just go straight and turn. I have space. If I do it from here, I have to start with my handlebars turned. Boom. If I do it from here, what do I have to introduce? Lean. It's only one thing left, lean. So how do I lean from a standstill? Trust and believe. I got to let the bike fall and catch it with the clutch. All right? We're not doing that shit unless you want to do it. Any questions? And so that's where I stop. You guys can stop anywhere in this box, your front wheel. So if you want to put your front wheel right there to make a left and right there to make a right, perfectly fine. But just make sure you're getting your stuff together. That's why I was harping on starting smoothly, because I knew this exercise was coming up. And when you don't have the space to do this, you need to be comfortable starting like that. Because if you're coming up to that turn and your handlebars are like this, clearly you're not ready to turn. You got to open up that clutch a little bit more, smooth those bars out, but rear brake, same time. And then lastly, you're going to stop, make the turn, smooth stop. Smooth stop. Make sure those bars are straight. We don't stop with the handlebars turn. And then we'll do the same thing going right. What's your favorite, right turns or left turns? Left? Left. Left? Don't know yet. Right? Right. Right. Left. Neither. Left.
Not sure.
Not sure. Left? Left. Left. Remember your answers. Because 9 times out of 10, if I'm asking that question to you guys, you're answering for U-turns. Because people don't turn like this. I told you, this takes way more skill than a U-turn. And usually, this is the opposite. Please don't ask me why. I don't know. But 9 times out of 10, it's the opposite. And people are like, I don't get this. I don't get it either. All right. First gear, covering the rear brake. Preload. Clutch, foot up, rear brake. I'm dragging the rear brake, head nice, handlebars, hold the turn, trust and believe. Hold it, hold it. Trust and believe in real time. Now, of course, I'm exaggerating. I don't expect you guys to go that slow. All right? Head nice, friction zone, just hold the turn, keep the throttle loaded. My clutch stayed the same the whole time. Just like I showed you guys over there. See where my clutch is? That's where it's going to stay. Rear brake, head nice. Rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. All right. Then we're going to do it from a stop. Smooth stop. Friction zone, friction zone, friction zone. Straighten out. Smooth stop. All right, I passed the line. I got to start with the handlebars turn. But you don't have to do that. Foot up. Rear brake. The rear brake is what's really helping me out here. Clutch is in the same spot. Reload, Rob. All right. Friction zone, smooth stop. Then I'm going to stop. Look at my foot on the rear brake. Not bouncing, dragging it. Straighten out, smooth stop. Questions? Friction zone, smooth stop. 10-5?
We can stop anywhere in the square.
Anywhere in the square. All right, any other questions? Let's do it. I want you guys right behind one another. Nice and easy, nice and smooth. All right, let's do it. Good, slow down. Keep it slow. Drag the rear brake, keep the clutch where it is. And when you're turning, you're looking this way. You gotta look that way, okay? All right. Good, head nice. All right, you turn very late, Rob, very late. Straight through, we're not stopping. Slow down. Too much speed. Straight through, we're not stopping. Straight through. Slow down. Nice. Head nice. You're looking down at those cones. Head nice up. Head nice, look at my camera. Too much speed. Good, keep it slow. Head nice, get your eyes up. You're looking down at those cones. Yeah, man. Guys, I wasn't kidding when I said this exercise has the highest failure rate. It's why when I do my private lessons, I don't get to this. Good, head nice. Look at my camera, you're looking at the cones. Clutch. All right, Hafsa, she's got it. Head nice on the camera, not the cones. Good job. Good, head nice on my camera. Clutch, good. Excellent. Straight through. Head nice on the camera, rear brake. On the camera, rear brake. There you go. Straight through. Head nice on that camera, good. Hold that turn, gotta hold that turn, Rob. All right, you gotta keep your head and your eyes up. Straight through. Slow down. Go, hold that turn. The only reason he's wide, he's not holding the turn. You're leaning. Head nice. Rear brake. Slow down. Good, keep it slow, head nice, start turning. All right. Slow down. Keep it slow. Head nice. Whoa. Smooth stop. Stop wherever you want. I like that. You started to put your foot down there. You were like, nah, I'm better than that. I'm going to stop right here. All right, left turn. Head nice on the camera. You're leaning. Good job. Smooth stop. Good. Friction zone. Beautiful, Amy. Left turn. Just beautiful. Good. Head nice. Good. Outstanding, Amy. Woo! Smooth stop. Not bad at all, Renee. All right, left turn. Nothing changes here. On my camera. Good. Start turning. Rear brake. All right, straight through. Rob, you got to turn those bars. Right now you're like, turn them. Tuck that elbow in. Turn them. Good. Rear brake. Too much speed. Straight through. Too much speed. Keep it nice and slow in the friction zone. Good. Drag the rear brake. Keep it loaded. Too much speed. Keep it loaded. Keep that throttle loaded. All right, straight through. Get that foot up. Good. Keep it slow like that. Start turning. Good. Drag the rear brake. Hold that turn. Keep it loaded, baby. Keep it loaded. All right. Good. Head nice on the camera. Too much speed. You're leaning. All right, let's get this done, man. Let's get it done. Head nice on my camera. Preload. Open up the clutch. When you open it up, keep the clutch where it is. Drag the rear brake. Good. Drag it. Start turning. Easy. Straight through, don't stop. Straight through. Slow down, slow down, slow down. Stay at that speed. Well, not that speed. That's too slow. All right, let me back you up. Back up. Yeah. All right, we're gonna go straight through. As soon as we find a good spot with this friction zone, just keep it there. Drag the rear brake, nice light pressure. Reload, clutch, clutch, open it up, foot up, pull it in a little, good. Keep it right there, start turning. Oh, whoa.
I'm looking left and I'm
Let's back up.
right, and I don't want to hit that building.
Yeah, back up. That's exactly what happened. As soon as you look left, the bike started falling right. Yeah, keep going. Every now and then that's gonna happen, the bike starts falling out of balance, so that's no big deal. Next time that happens, they'll just open the clutch a little bit quicker, straighten that bike out. All right, let's do it. Preload, clutch. Open it up, open it, foot up, pull it in a little. Good. Drag the rear brake, start turning. Yeah, that looking is messing you up. As soon as you look, you go, oh, you don't like it. Yeah, man. Preload. Okay, man, you got it. Slow down. Good, stay at that speed. Keep the clutch right where it is. Don't move it. We're gonna use the rear brake to control your speed. Start turning left. Too much speed, you open up the clutch. I say keep it where it is. No, you're good. Beautiful. No lean this time. Come to a smooth stop. Beautiful. Straighten out. Smooth stop. Smooth stop. Beautiful. Dude, you missed it. She's a superstar. Oh, you missed it. Good. Smooth stop. Friction zone. Friction zone. Oh my God. Give me another one of those over here. Clutch, clutch, clutch. Good. Rear brake. Oh my God. I love it. I don't give a damn. Beautiful. Working it out. Beautiful. Straight through. Don't stop. Slow down. Slow down. Slow down. No, to the left. I never say go to the right. Clutch, clutch, clutch. Trust and believe. Trust and believe. Too much speed. After this, you're going right. Turn the bar. See how your eyes are? You're looking down. Straight through. Straight through. Straight through. Don't stop. Come to a stop over here. Clutch, clutch, clutch. Go easy with that rear brake. That was going to be your best stop. And then you jam that brake. Right turns next. Straight through. Slow down. Good. Stay at that speed. Stay at that speed. Drag the rear brake. Start turning. Keep the clutch where it is. Good. 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 That's what I'm talking about, baby. Woo! There we go. Preload. Smooth stop. Smooth stop. Turn and stop. Yep. Good. Head and eyes on my camera, not my cones. Good. 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 Straighten it out. Friction zone. Friction zone. Good job, man. Straight through, smooth stop. Straight through, smooth stop. Slow down. Slow down. Keep it loaded. The whole bike is shaking. Throttle's too low. Head and eyes. You're looking down. You're looking down. Straighten out. Friction zone. Friction zone. That's your best stop of the day. Straight through, smooth stop. Go straight through, smooth stop. You're fighting. It's like it's fighting. I got to feel this bike later on. I want to feel it. Good. Head nice. Don't lean. You're leaning. Good. Keep it slow. Keep it slow. Head nice. Start turning. Start turning. So you're turning late. Keep it loaded. Keep it loaded. So he said, I don't want to hit that building. So it's actually distracting him. You know, ideally, get that foot up. We're going straight through. Slow down. Slow down. Slow down. We're going straight through. Rear brake. Head nice.
I forgot to stop last time.
didn't want you to stop last time. Don't worry about it. Make sure when you're stopping, straighten out those handlebars first, okay?
Yes.
All right.
I've done that before.
Good job. Right turns next. Smooth stop over here. Excellent. Right turns next. Straight through, smooth stop. Excellent head and eyes. Good. Straighten out. Nice and easy. Right turns next. All right, we got Renee going first. Head and eyes. Clutch. Yeah, you love right turns. Excellent. Excellent. It's like night and day. I don't know if she said right or left were her favorite. Good. Nice and slow. Slow down. Head and eyes. Start turning. Hold that turn. Turn that bike. Clutch, 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 clutch. Good job, man. Straight through. We ain't stopping. Right in the middle. Good. Head and eyes on the camera. Rear brake, rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. Turn those bars. Head and eyes on my camera. Hold that turn. Turn it. Rear brake, rear brake. Good. Head and eyes on the camera. Rear brake, rear brake. You're leaning. He keeps picking up speed. Head and eyes. Clutch. Trust and believe. Good. Head and eyes. Keep it loaded. Preload. Easy on that rear brake. Good. Good. Stay at that speed. Stay at that speed. Head and eyes. Turn it too early. Rear brake. Clutch, clutch, clutch. Clutch, 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 clutch. Preload. Straight through. Very nice. You slow down appropriately. All right.
Why are right turns so damn hard? It's like I get stuck.
Everybody's got their favorite. Clutch, clutch. Good, good. Hold that turn. Amy, you need new bars. Good. Smooth stop. Friction zone, friction zone. Nice. You are obsessed with right turns. You love them. Right in the middle. Good. Head and eyes on my camera. Rear brake, rear brake. Too much speed, too much speed. What did you say was your favorite?
I didn't have one.
It's right for this. All right. Nothing changes here. Good. Head and eyes on the camera. Turn those bars. Turn them. Turn them. Yeah, you're turning late. Good job, man. Good job. You're making it more difficult by turning late. Straight through. Straight through. Slow down. Slow down. Straight through. Start turning. Head and eyes. He also needs to change those bars. He is struggling to turn them. Those old wheelbarrow bars, they're horrible. Straight through. Go ahead, nice. Hold that turn, hold it. There we go. Right in the middle. Head nice. Don't lean it. Keep it loaded. Throttle's too low. Keep it loaded. Straight through. Straight through. Good. Good. Stay at that speed. Stay at that speed. Head and eyes. Keep the clutch where it is. Rear brake. Rear brake. Clutch. 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 Stay at that speed. Stay at that speed. We're going straight through. Slow down. Rear brake. Rear brake. Start turning. Rear brake. Yeah. It's the bars, Milton. It's the bars. And he's a bigger guy, so when he turns those bars, his elbow is all into his body. It's restricting. I guarantee you, change the bars, that's going to be easier. Good, good, good. All right, good, head nice. Turn the bars. There we go, nice. Good, good. So she just turned a little early, but she still made the turn. All right, straight through. Nice, straight through. Good, start turning. It's the bars, Amy. They're so low. Yeah. No, you just need to change them. They're too low. Yeah. Okay. Again, this is not a problem for most people because they ride straight and make slight turns, but once you start doing this, it matters more. All right, smooth stop. Friction zone to the end, Renee. Smooth stop over here. Huh?
Last time I just need to use more brake.
Yes. Use it sooner, too. Use it sooner. Good, good, good. Clutch, clutch, clutch. Rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. There we go. All right, take a break, Renee. All right, smooth stop over here. And then you can take a break. Good, start turning, start turning. Hold that turn. Straighten out, rear brake, smooth stop, smooth. Oh, man. All right, take a break, man. Straight through, straight through. Slow down. Straight through, straight through. Start turning. Rear brake, rear brake. Hold that turn, rear brake. I'll take it, man. Take a break. Good job. So, guys, when I say it's the bars, I'm not giving them an excuse. You can still do it, but it's just going to make it more difficult. Smooth stop over here. All right, good job. Take a break. You ready? Smooth stop over here. Good. Keep it loaded. Rear brake. Oh. I'll take it. Take a break. Straight through. Straight through. Straight through. Slow down. Slow down. Start turning. You hear it's fighting? It's fighting. Smooth stop. It's coming, man. It's coming. Take a break. Straight through. Slow down. Slow down. Slow down. Slow down. Good. Start turning. All right, take a break, man. I'm not giving you an excuse. Yeah, you can still do this, but listen, you're a bigger guy. It's even worse. When your elbows are up here, it's freeing. Right now, it's restricting you. Take a break. 10, 12 inches. Straight through, straight through. Slow down, slow down. Head nice. Clutch, 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 clutch. Woo! Take a break. Wow, you're supposed to be stopping, but it's okay. Smooth stop right here. Beautiful, take a break. All right, smooth stop over here. Very nice. Nice adjustment. Straighten out. Friction zone. Oh my God. Just outstanding, Amy. Oh my God. Take a break. Woo! All right, guys. Man, that was just outstanding. The evolution of Amy. Amy Jo. All right, guys. We're going to move on to exercise number 5 because we already started turning, so we may as well start turning and leaning and transitioning. Single serpentine. Any questions from exercise number 4? Right turns, left turns from a stop? When I told you that's the highest failure rate, I wasn't bullshitting, right? It's because, again, just like smooth short starts and stops, once again, at that very slow speed, it's all on you. And people just get freaked out turning the handlebars. And so some people are opening the clutch too much, not keeping the throttle loaded. You know, again, that's why when I do my private lessons, I can count on one hand how many times. Maybe I've done 50 private lessons. So I'm sure it's more than that. I've probably made it to exercise number 4 3 times. Because again, we got to get all of this other stuff down before we start turning, right? So I want you to be patient with yourselves. If that's something you're struggling with and you struggle with smooth short starts and stops, practice this. Practice it until you're stopping like this. Bing. And the beauty of this is every time you leave. When you leave here, every time you stop your bike, you're practicing that. Boom. If you're not stopping smooth, I want you to be mad at yourself. Not really. But you know, my point is, I want part of you to feel like this shit's unacceptable. I have to do this every time I stop. Shouldn't I be good at it? Yes, because now you know what to do, right? Don't do it coming out of speed because you're not learning anything there. I need you to feel this and address it with the friction zone. Friction zone, rear brake, rear brake. All right? Beautiful. Okay, so we started turning. We may as well start leaning now. Exercise number 5, single serpentine. Now, we're not just turning and we're not just leaning, but we're transitioning. Boom. Boom. And these transitions have to be done like you got a pair for those that have a pair, right? Boom. Do it, how about this? Do it with conviction. Boom. Boom. Right? Because if you turn slowly, you're losing space, okay? Okay, here's the keys to this, guys. These cones are 15 feet apart. Don't worry too much about the distance. But if you want to set this up yourself or anything out here, guys, every one of my videos in the description section, all of the dimensions are in there, okay? All right. The key to this is this. See how my motorcycle is positioned? In fact, I'd even like it a little bit more. But I told you most motorcycle riders ride straight and make slight turns. So when I get to this exercise, this is what they want to do. Hitting every cone. Well, people cost me money because all these small cones, I used to have those cones for this if you look at my early practice sessions. But then I noticed that everybody was doing this exercise, if they have saddlebags, the bags are going right over every cone. So in actuality, they're hitting every cone. So I had to buy some bigger cones, right? This exercise is so important because, again, who here practices emergency braking? Okay, not many. I appreciate your candor. Emergency braking, great, but sometimes you're not going to be able to stop in time. What's next? Swerving. If you don't practice this, trust me, in a moment of stress, you're not going to have the presence of mind to swerve. You're just going to freeze up, squeeze and hope for the best. We need to be able to maneuver these motorcycles like we are the boss, right? And so if I'm going 50 miles per hour, I can't turn my handlebars like this. If I'm going 8, 10 miles per hour, I can. That's what this is about. And sometimes it's not just one swerve, might be another. Shit, when I was in Milwaukee, it happened. I was on that Pan America. Who uses Waze, the app, on their motorcycle? If you don't use this app on your motorcycle while you're riding, I highly recommend it. No, they don't endorse me, but that app is like having a cheat code, showing you what's in the future. So when I'm in my car using that app and I see object on road, slow down a little bit. When I'm on my motorcycle, I really slow down and I start looking and bam, there it is in the center lane. Big ass tire tread from a truck. So let me tell you guys a story. I have a different, this is true with everybody as far as your experiences in your life. I have a different respect for the motorcycles and the highway and my life and on the motorcycle based on what I've experienced in my career. So I've seen a truck driver. How high is a truck? I can't do it with my hand. I've seen a truck driver get decapitated by a manhole cover. You know how heavy a manhole cover is? You probably don't know because I've had to move them. Heavy. How did that thing get catapulted that high? A lot of strange things happen out there. So if that thing could go that high and go through a truck, imagine you're on a motorcycle. It doesn't have to be something like that. It could be anything, that tire tread from the truck. So to know it's ahead is a cheat code. So yeah, it tells you when the cops are ahead. That's fine. But object on road, pothole on road, the app tells you that because people report it in real time. So if you don't use Waze, trust me, you're doing yourself a disservice. Use it. Plus, if there's traffic, it's going to route me around it and make changes in real time. All right. Anyway, I'd be remiss if I didn't tell you that because that app can save your life, literally. Okay. But when I was in Milwaukee, I didn't have the app on. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I had it on. Nobody reported it. And all of a sudden, boom, there it is. But this is why we got to give ourselves room as far as the distance that we can see ahead of us. I see people riding right on the ass of something they can't even see around. This is what I mean when I say we take so much for granted, right? Okay, that's what this exercise is about, guys. Dipping and diving the motorcycle, keeping your head and your eyes straight ahead. And when you guys do it, you're going to be going that way, right? So if my motorcycle is facing like this, the only way my bike's going to get in this position and not this position, I had to have started out here, wide. And that's how I want you to do this. When you approach this, I want you to start wide and I want you to stay wide. Keep in mind, guys, your goal is not just to get through these exercises. It's how you get through them, right? And it's like if you go through this and the bike is straight up and you're going 6 miles per hour, no, that's not the exercise. You need to be comfortable leaning and turning the handlebars. So what does that mean? Exercise number 4, I told you, if you go too fast, you're going to lean. Here, you need to lean. But if you go too slow, you can't lean here. If you go too fast, you can't turn the handlebars. I don't want slight turns. We're not doing that. Turn. Turn. Going wide is going to help with that. All right, I want everybody to say this out loud because you're going to hear it the rest of the day. Holding turns buys you space and time. Holding turns buys you space and time. Yes, it does. So when I come in here to make, first of all, when I'm approaching, I'm going to start out wide. And I noticed when I tell people to start wide, they'll start wide, but they'll start turning early. So now they're right back where I don't want them to be, like this. We're not going to hug these cones, right? These cones don't like it. Actually, none of the smaller ones do, except in the Snowman. We're going to talk about that. But you shouldn't be staring at those smaller cones anyway because you're all adults. It's inappropriate. Look how small these cones are. All right. So I'm going to start here. And when I get here, I'm going to dip the bike into this turn. Dip it. Because again, I'm trying to show this bike who the boss is. And when I go into this turn, I'm going to hold this turn. Because if I start making the next turn early, now I'm right back here. And I don't want to hug this cone. I want to be wide. So I'm going to hold it until I get about right here. Head, dip, hold this turn. Don't start coming out. Hold it. Transition. Now I'm wide. It's buying me space and time. So when I do this exercise, I don't need my brake. I'm always covering it, but I don't need it. Once I find a good speed, boom, boom. And because I'm going wide, it's maintaining my speed. It's making sure I don't go too fast. Nice and easy. Counterbalance your body, meaning keep your body straight up and down. Let the bike lean under you. And keep your head and your eyes straight ahead. Don't look at every cone. A bunch of you guys were molesting my cones with your eyes in exercise number 4. It was ridiculous. It is what it is. I was like, listen, I got news for you. If I tell you head and eyes, and you turn your head, but your eyes are still looking down, you can't fool your brain. You're still looking at the cone, right? Head and eyes. All right. First gear. Cover the rear brake. Clutch. Boom. Lean it in. Keep it wide. Now that's what everybody wants to do. But the problem is, when they do it, smooth stop. The problem is when they do it, they're barely leaning the bike, and that's why they're on top of all the cones. The second way, I don't want you to do it that way. I want you to do it the other way. Nice and wide. But I still want you leaning the bike. Transition, transition, transition. Don't transition slowly because then it's gonna get tight on you. So let's suppose you start doing it and it starts to get tight on you. How do we buy back some space and time? Hold the next turn. Holding turns buys you space and time. Questions? You could go about 8 to 10 miles per hour here. And see, that's the thing. That's gonna always be questions for you guys when you're trying to figure this out. But as time goes on, everything's gonna be based on what you feel. So if you see you're getting on top of the cones too quick, you're going too fast. If you see it's hard for you to turn the handlebars, you're going too fast. If you feel like you can't lean, you're going too slow. So you're always going to base it on what you're feeling and what's going on. It's part of being the boss. Good question. And go ahead. Yes, good question. I did say I don't use it, but I'm always covering it. Yes, if you need it, use it. That's true with all of this stuff. But in this exercise, the reason why it's not as much stress to use it is because you actually can use a little bit of momentum in this exercise. Me, I just stay in the friction zone the whole time. I don't want to have to keep changing anything. It's just giving me more stuff to have to concentrate on. So if the speed I'm going is working, I'm just going to stay there. And if I need to make little adjustments, I can either tap the rear brake or pull the clutch in a little bit, you know. That's it. Good question. Any other questions? All right, let's do it. We're going this way. Transitions are slow, so she missed it. She missed one. Okay, it's okay. Transition's got to be quicker, or she's got to go slower. The faster you go, the more pressure you're putting on yourself to transition quickly. This is all about being fluid. Not bad. I want him to go out a little bit wide. That was good. That was really good. There you go. That's 50 push-ups. Nice. Very nice. Very nice. Slow down, too much speed. Way too much speed. Everybody wants to go fast. All right, so Frank took over Lori's spot. Lori's tired at this point. And you know, we gotta be smart about this while we're out here. Keep that throttle loaded, Frank. Good. Not bad at all. Yeah, see his hand position on these handlebars, guys? So we had to talk about it during our break. All right, too much speed. You got to go out wider. Go out wider. Lean it in. So that was Sean, and Sean's wife hooked him up. He said before she told him about Be the Boss of Your Motorcycle, he never even heard of the friction zone before. You know, he's been riding for a while, so again, so many ways that our brides take care of us. This is one of the ways she took care of him. Next time I come, she's going to participate too. Good, she used the brake right there to slow herself down. Very nice. See how he's starting? Slow it down, too much speed, too much speed. That's it. Everybody wants to go fast on this. You're not going to be successful if you go too fast. There we go. Keep it slow. Good. Keep it slow. Keep it slow, Renee. Good. Slow down. Nice, Renee. Nice. Much better the second round. Again, this is not about speed, guys. I mean, it is, but it isn't. You don't have to go fast. Good. Nice and wide, Rob. Keep it wide. Good. Turn those bars like you mean it. Transition. Lean it in there. Good. Good. Yeah, and see your confidence in here. You can see his level of confidence. He's comfortable. He owes me a lot of push-ups, so I'm gonna tell him about that. As does Calvin right here. Just did a duck walk. I'm always watching this, guys. And even when we're in the line, when you guys are in the line, that's when I'm looking even more. Keep it wide, Calvin, keep it wide. You're hugging the cones. Keep it wide, slow down. All right. That's it, yeah, good part. Head and eyes, straight ahead, Frank, straight ahead. Head and eyes. Keep that throttle loaded, it's chug-a-lugging. That bike's been chug-a-lugging all day. Nice and wide, there we go. This is another one of those exercises where if you start it wrong, it could affect the whole thing. You can always fix it though. Slow down, hold some turns. So right there, he's going too slow, so he's straight up. Start wide, stay wide. Wide, dip it in. Hold that, dip it in. Keep the speed up, hold that, dip it in. Turn it, dip it in. All right, something to work on. Come on, Amy Jo. Nice. Talk to Amy as well about her handlebars. Her elbows are all into her body. She's doing great. Watch how much better she does with some higher bars. It's liberating. Trust me, guys. If you got stock bars on anything with a batwing fairing, they're too low. If it's the old roll glide, it's too low. Or it's awkward, or both. The new roll glides, no issues. Slow it down, too much speed. Dip it in, hold that turn, dip it in. You gotta transition quicker than that. All right, guys, we're gonna move on to, we already turned and we leaned. We may as well make some U-turns. Exercise number 6, the infamous U-turn. Any questions on that last exercise? I was about to say, a lot of people look at that and they love it, they wanna do it. But what they love is maybe a 40-foot serpentine so that they can go fast and just make those slight turns, right? This, again, it's forcing you to be the boss, right? And so if you were going too fast, yeah, you missed a couple of cones or whatever, or all you're doing is you're making the fact that you have to do a transition more stressful because now you got to do it quicker because you're going faster. That's why holding the turn longer and staying wide is going to help you because it's going to slow things down for you. You can't go but so fast if you're staying wide, turning those bars, right? So if this is something you struggle with, I want you to practice it. It's more important than you think, okay? All right, you'd be amazed how many push-ups accumulate just in the waiting line. Tell me your name again? Brian. Oh my God, Brian. Brian, I counted 110 push-ups because as you guys are moving, you're duck walking. We're not duck walking out here. Anytime you move that bike, follow the first 5 steps, and even if it's a foot, as soon as it starts to move, pick up your foot, slow ride, smooth stop, foot down. That's what we're doing out here today, guys. You were duck walking before you got here. Don't do it while you're here. Try to always be practicing being in the friction zone. Then when Brian got over there, he was like, Rob, I hope you're watching me because watch this. Feet out, front brake. I was just like, here's your receipt, sir, 110. All right. I told you I just got a sense for it, man.
Me and Allie both teachers, so he had it too, right?
Yeah, you teach here. Son of a bitch. All right. But you know what's funny? Allie was doing the same thing at first because in the MSF course, that's what you're doing. You're duck walking and using the front brake, right? It's okay. So I get it, but he don't get it past. He was a motor officer. All right. Exercise number 6, guys, the infamous U-turn. And I named it appropriately. It is infamous, right? 27 feet. That's what you have here, just in case you don't know what you're looking at. All these cones is if you want to make a U-turn, if you want to attempt it in 18 feet or less. That's what this is. Again, not necessary, all right? If you want to attempt it up here, you can still do it. Now at least you don't have cones on the other side. But whenever you guys make your U-turn, when you come out the other side, I want you coming out straight. Now that I'm telling you that, if you come out of the U-turn and you're facing this way, in that moment, you're not in control of the motorcycle, right? And this is not about trying an 18-foot one and not really making it, but then trying to swoop back in here. No, if that's where you were, that's where you come out. Okay. I know nobody raised their hand when I said who loves making U-turns. I want you to love it. Keys to success. You're going to be hearing the same things over and over because like I said before, this is not rocket science. As you're approaching to make that U-turn, listen to that preload. You like the way it sounds? So that Heritage, it's always puttering. Are both of you just refusing to keep the throttle loaded?
I don't know why it always sounds like that.
Going down the road,
it sounds like that.
So once again, I want to get on that bike. I just want to see.
I think it idles a little lower, and it's different than my bike. I don't
Yeah.
ride it often, but
I'm sure it is. I got on Carl? Kelvin. I got on Kelvin's bike. I did some stuff, and I came back. Motorcycle's fine, sir. That's what I usually do. But trust me, there have been some people's bikes. I got on it and go, oh my God, how have you been doing anything on this thing? You know, so it's not, sometimes it's the bike. A poor craftsman blames his tool. I just want to be sure before we keep going forward.
No, I'm blaming myself not being used to the bike.
Oh, okay, good. And see, all right, so this is a beautiful thing. So did you hear what he said? He's not used to the bike. So when I get on anybody's bike, same thing applies to you guys. The first thing I'm doing is when I preload that throttle, listening to it, hearing what it sounds like, and then I'm finding where that friction zone starts. So on Calvin's bike, his friction zone, as soon as he opens his hand, it's already starting. Personally, I don't like that. I like to have some room in between so I have margin for error. But you can get used to anything. But once I find where it starts, I just have to live right before it. Now I'm good. I don't care whose bike it is because I know what keeps the bike up. Boom. So once I found his, I was in this, I contained myself. I made a couple of turns in the Snowman, then I got out of it. So just keep that in mind, guys. No matter what you ride, listen to the preload, keep it there, and find that friction zone. So if you guys are rolling into this U-turn, if I hear it and it sounds good, set it and forget it. Clutch. As I'm coming up in the friction zone. I don't want you guys speeding in here and then making a momentum U-turn. That's not teaching you anything, and you don't have as much control at that point. The friction zone should be pulling you through this U-turn, just like it should be pulling you through everything out here. So if my friction zone's good, set it and forget it. What comes first? Head nods and handlebars or handlebars? Head nods and handlebars. Okay. Oh my God. Head nods, I prefer you guys try to look at my camera, but this is not the Exorcist. So look at the garage door. As far as your dexterity will allow you to turn your head, that's how I want you to look. Now, here's the key to this, guys. 24 feet is where I'd like you to be, or less. I'm giving you 27, I want 24. How you get 24 feet easily is when you turn the handlebars, turn them, doesn't have to be full lock, but turn them, and when you're turning them, commit to the lean right away. What people do is there's a reluctancy to lean. Head and eyes, handlebars. And then you look at these cones, now you give me a little bit of lean. And now you're line to line. Nothing else was wrong with your U-turn except the fact that you didn't lean it. We talked about 3 things determining the radius of the turn, right? So if our speed's good, handlebars, turn them. We don't need full lock. I don't need boards dragging the ground. Give me 50% handlebar turn, 50% lean. If you give that to me right away, 24 feet or less, easy. And I want you to keep this in mind. A Harley-Davidson touring motorcycle can make an 18-foot U-turn straight up with no lean. So lean gives us more radius. Without that, I can still make an 18-foot U-turn. If you want to know what the radius is of your motorcycle, put it on the line, lock the handlebars, authority of me, duck walk the bike, and just see where it ends up. That bike will be in 18 feet. So if it can do an 18-foot U-turn straight up, you certainly can make a 24-foot U-turn with some lean. You don't need a lot. I'm always looking at the light under your bike when you go to make a U-turn. Head and eyes, handlebars. That's what I usually see. Then at the end, then it goes down. I want to see head and eyes, handlebars. Because when you turn the bars, guys, just like I told you in this exercise with transitions, don't do it lazily. Head and eyes, turn them and lean. Turn them and lean. And when you lean, hold it. Drag the rear brake. Because what happens is some people, head and eyes, handlebars, they slow down. Now they can't lean. Or they speed up. Now the turn's wide because they added that. Don't change anything that you don't need to change. Questions?
So what's a good speed?
Good question. 10 to 12 miles per hour. I'm going to do it.
How are you doing through the cones or
Yep.
less?
Yep. It could be the same speed you were doing through the cones. It's, you know, it's variations. Obviously, if you want it tighter, go slower. But 24 feet, 10 miles per hour. I'm going to show you guys something here. I'm going to do some turns. I'm going to try to drag the boards on the ground. And I used to ask people how slow do you think I'm going, or how fast do you think I'm going. But clearly on this bike, the infotainment screen is so large, you could just see it. So I want you to see how fast I'm going, and I want you to realize, as much as I lean this bike at that speed, you don't have to lean that much, and you can go faster. All right, just keep that in mind. Lean equals risk. The more I lean, the more perfect I have to be with the clutch. If I pull it in too much, it's gonna drop. Open it too much, I'm gonna go wide. We're gonna do this 3 ways, guys. First time, we're just gonna go straight through. By the way, was anybody's answer different as far as favorites in exercise number 4? Yeah, you love right turns, Renee. It's not even close, right? All right, so first time we're gonna go right through, left turn, Nice and easy. Head nice, handlebars. And when you turn your head, keep it turned. Don't look at those outside cones because you're going to go right to them. Second time, I'm going to have you stop right here. And then we're going to make a U-turn from a stop. You can go straight first. You don't have to do it right from here. And then lastly, we're going to stop, make the U-turn, smooth stop. Now, when you guys pull up here, I already know it. Coming from a distance, you're going to be flying. I don't care, but when you get here, slow down so that it's smooth. Okay? Demo. So these bars, way too low. So you're going to see me doing a lot of shifting in the seat just to turn the bars. Speed's good. Head and eyes, handlebars. Commit and hold it. Commit right away. Friction zone, friction zone, friction zone. Smooth stop. Commit. Friction zone, smooth stop. And then lastly, stop. Make the U-turn, stop. Commit. Smooth stop. $8 miles an hour. Straighten out. Friction zone, friction zone, friction zone. Smooth stop. So if I can go 8 and do that, I'm letting you see, don't worry about the bike falling. Because the amount of lean you're doing, you're fine. You don't need speed. That's another reason I'm showing you this. You don't need excessive speed to keep the bike from falling. You just need sufficient power on that rear wheel. 10 miles per hour. Did anybody see how fast I was going when I made the regular U-turns? How fast? I wasn't looking. Sons of bitches. Everybody said yes, and when I asked, no, we didn't see it. Okay. All right, so yeah, 10, 12 miles per hour, you're good. If you got no questions, let's do it. All right, get that stop together. The U-turn was great, but I want you to turn your head and your eyes more. You're turning like this. I want you turning like that. Okay? Good job. Head nice, look at me, come to me. Too much speed, too much speed. Go ahead, nice, handlebars, keep the speed up. Not bad at all. That's some trust and believe right there. Doesn't have to be pretty, guys. I want to see stuff go wrong and see we work it out. Head nice, look at me. Slowing down too much. Yeah, a little bit faster, a little bit faster. All right, head nice, head nice. Good, keep the speed up, head nice, handlebars. Rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. Don't speed up, don't speed up. See, that's why you're wide. He was good, and then all of a sudden, picking up the speed. Speed always makes us feel better, but it's not necessary. Especially since he had enough momentum that he was fine. There was no reason for him to speed up. But it's just always our comfort spot. We always want to go faster so that the bike can take over. Good, keep that speed up. Head nice, handlebars. Too much speed, too much speed. So what he did in that U-turn is, all he did was he's leaning with the bike and barely turning. That's why it's wide, plus he's going too fast. Slow down and turn those bars. He's not turning them. There we go. Tuck that elbow. Nice, Amy. Very nice. Good. Keep your speed up. Head nice. Look at me. Look at me. Come to me. Going too slow. You can't lean. Friction zone, friction zone, friction zone, friction zone, friction zone. Very nice. Now what you're doing is when the bike comes to a stop, it stops and then you put the foot down. Start bringing your foot out early so it's smooth. All right, okay. U-turn. Good, head nice on me, on me, on me. All right. Wait a minute, did you go through the regular U-turn yet? Well, how the hell did Renee get back in front of you? I don't know. All right, U-turn. Trust and believe, trust and believe. Straight through, straight through, straight through, straight through. Head nice, rear brake, keep it leaned, handlebars turn, rear brake, rear brake, rear brake, too much speed at the end. Good, good recovery. Smooth stop, friction zone, friction zone, friction zone. See, there's no friction zone, you got the clutch all the way in. All right, U-turn. Good, rear brake, rear brake, rear brake, too much speed. There we go, straight through. All right, that wasn't smooth. I want it smooth, Frank. All right, straight through. You're looking at the ground, Frank. You're looking at the ground. Head and eyes up. Yeah, so when you made that last turn, you're like this. And you're line to line. You don't need to be line to line. Head and eyes, look at me. Turn those handlebars and commit to that lane. Hold it. Good. Head and eyes. Lean it over. Lean it over. All right. Going too slow. You can't lean. Straight through. Straight through. Head and eyes. Handlebars. Keep the speed up. Keep the speed up. So it's the same thing right there. He's not committing to the lean right away. All right, I don't want your foot behind you, so make sure you time that out properly. All right, straight through. So when the last U-turn you made, you're leaning with the bike and barely turning. That's why you're so wide. Counterbalance, turn those bars, okay? Turn them and hold it. Good, foot up, head and eyes on me. See, you're leaning with the bike. You don't want to lean with the bike. We do that at higher speeds. Counterbalance. Good. Friction zone, friction zone. Oh my God, you need to do videos. Beautiful. All right, Amy, straight through. Rear brake, rear brake. A little bit too much speed. I started to say rear brake earlier, but I wanted to see if she was going to address what she was feeling. Straight through, straight through. Straight through, keep the speed up. Head and eyes, handlebars. Turn, look at me. You're looking right down. You're looking right down. Yeah, man, you got to turn those bars. Yeah, so he's struggling to turn those bars. All right, straight through. Watch the speed, watch the speed. Kickstand, kickstand, kickstand. You didn't hear me, but you heard that. You didn't hear me, but you heard that. And you didn't panic. You kept it smooth. Beautiful. All right, smooth stop over here. Good. Head nice. Clutch. Hold that. Rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. All right, remember, you got all of this space to stop.
Yeah, okay.
You're stopping with the handlebars turn.
I'm worried about that. Okay.
Don't worry about that, man. Right turn's next. Good. Friction zone, friction zone. Nice. Smooth stop over here. Good. Head nice. Lean it over. Rear brake. Rear brake. Rear brake. Clutch. Clutch. Ooh. Watch that foot, man. He almost did it, guys. That heel came in contact with that rear guard. There wasn't enough contact to really affect him, but it was close. Friction zone, friction zone, friction zone. Nice. This time I saw you in the friction zone. Smooth stop over here. Good, good. Head nice. Handlebars. Rear brake. See all that speed? Good. Straighten out. Friction zone, friction zone. Rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. All right, it's still falling, so you got to be in the friction zone. Okay. But that's good. When you get to the top of your U-turns, you get this burst of speed. Okay. You feel that? Pull the clutch in a little bit. Rear brake, you're good. Right turn's next. Get behind her. All right, smooth stop over here. Head and eyes on me. Good, come to me. Clutch, lean it over. Going too slow. Keep it loaded. Straighten out. Make sure you straighten out before you stop. Right turn's next. Good, friction zone, friction zone, friction zone. Beautiful. Give me another one over here. Smooth stop. Good. Head and eyes on me. On me. You're looking at those cones. You look at them, you're going to go to them. Smooth stop. Friction zone. Smooth stop. Good job, man. Right turn's next. Straight through. Straight through. Straight through. Head and eyes. Handlebars. Turn it, lean it. Turn it. Go. Hold that turn. See, you're slowing down. Don't pick up speed. Good. There we go. Straight through, straight through, straight through, straight through. Head and eyes, handlebars. Go, hold that turn. You're still leaning with the bike. Smooth stop. Take it. All right, thank you. Keep it loaded. Oh my God, I think I found who I'm going to be using to do some demonstrations for me. It's just awesome. Do another one over here. Yeah, you definitely have been. Make sure, don't pick up a bunch of speed. That's what happened last time. I pushed you wide. All right? Good. Head nice. Hold that turn. Smooth stop. Friction zone, straighten out. Smooth stop. You got space. All right, right turn's next. Straight through. Keep the speed up. Keep that speed up. Head nice, handlebars. Rear brake. Rear brake. Turn it. Keep it loaded. Yeah, he's making faces and everything. He's really trying to turn that bike. He's fighting him. He's fighting him. Beautiful stop. Give me another one. Smooth stop. Maybe not. Good. Keep the speed up. Keep the speed up. Head nice, hand. Clutch, clutch. Watch your foot. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Clutch. Trust and believe. That was the first. Never seen that before. Good. Head nice, handlebars. Keep that speed up. Rear brake. Good. Hold that turn. Hold it. Hold it. Yeah, you like rights better than lefts. Good. Keep that speed up. Head nice. Turn those bars. Lead it. Clutch, clutch. Rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. There we go. Good job, Rob. He was doing a lot in that U-turn. Going fast. Rear brake. Clutch in. Rear brake. Nice. Good. Too slow. See, you can barely lean because you're going too slow. A little bit more speed. Right before his turn, he slows down every time. Gotta keep that speed up. Good. Head nice. You're looking at those cones. You should be looking over here. That's why you're wide. Good. Keep that speed up. Head nice. Handlebars. Turn them. Turn them like you mean it. Keep it loaded. Keep it loaded. Keep it loaded. Don't worry about the cone. You're looking right at it. That's why you're going to it. All right.
Sorry about that, Lou.
We don't do apologies, man. We don't do apologies. Definitely not for hitting a cone. Good. Keep your speed up. Keep your speed up. Head nice. Handlebars. Turn it. Turn it. Turn it. Good. Lean it over. Rear brake. Rear brake. Rear brake. There we go. We got to make those corrections. So he looks like he's a little bit better right than left. Making rights, I should say. Turn those bars. Turn them. Turn them. All right. Good. Head and eyes, handlebars. Turn it. Tuck that elbow in. Tuck it in. Tuck it in. There we go. Fighting it, baby. Fighting it. You know I don't want all that speed. I don't know what that was. That's not be the boss of your motorcycle practice session. That's Moto Jitsu or something. All that speed. Nobody wants to see that. Nice. All right, U-turn. Oh, listen. I know you had the pucker effect. I told you I was going to let you know if I see something I've never seen before. That was it. You were basically off the bike, jumped back on it. That was beautiful. Never stopped. Trust and believe. Go ahead, nice. Keep it loaded. Friction zone. Your eyes are looking the wrong place, Renee. That's why you're going there. That's why you're looking. Friction zone, friction zone, friction zone. Yeah, so what happened there is you're coming to that stop and I'm looking at your foot. It's still up on the board. It should be starting to come down so that when you finish it off, it's smooth. Right now, that's why you're falling. You're waiting too late to put the foot down. Okay. All right. Go ahead, nice. Preload, rear brake, rear brake. Keep it loaded. Rear brake, rear brake. We don't need that speed. Good job. Good job. Good, smooth stop. Nice, Rob. Straight through. Go ahead, nice. Turn it and dip it. Rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. There you go. There you go. All right. Keep that speed up. Going a little slow. Good. Do it. Good. Turn the handlebars, lean it, hold that turn. Hold that turn. Clutch, clutch, rear brake, rear brake. Nice. All right, we got some target fixation going on. You looking at those cones, that's why you're so close to them. Head and eyes, look over your shoulder. Handlebars, turn and hold that turn. Let's do it. Good, head and eyes, turn it, lean it, hold that turn. Hold that turn. Nice, man. Straight through, straight through. Good, head and eyes, handlebars, turn. Turn it. You ain't turning, there we go. Now that's how I want you to turn. Next time you come through, tuck that elbow. Good, good, good. Smooth stop. All right, straight through. Good, head nice. Hold that turn. Rear brake. Clutch, 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 clutch. That's one way to do it. Like I said, guys, Rome wasn't built in a day. All right, straight through. Go ahead and nice, turn it, dip that elbow. Tuck that elbow, I'm sorry. The right turn is giving Amy a problem. So her strength is left on straight up turns and U-turns. Straight through, straight through. Good, head and eyes, handlebars, turn, dip that elbow, tuck that elbow. Head and eyes, look at me, turn it, turn it. I know, man. Trust me, I know. It'll come with time, though. I guarantee it. Whose practice session did you think you were at that last U-turn? All that damn speed. All right, U-turn. Head nice? Good. Nice head and eyes, too. Oh, that was beautiful. It just looks better when it's slower, too. Start braking, 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 braking. All right, smooth stop over here. Reload, good. And nice, rear brake. Nice and easy. Nice. Yeah, we got to work on the stops being smooth. That was your best U-turn. Because before you were throwing the handlebars into the turn and it threw the bike off. This time it was smooth. Take a break. Nice stop. Oh my God, way better. All right, give me another one over here. Broken clock is right twice a day. Good. Keep it loaded, head nice. Rear brake, rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. Like I said, a broken clock is right twice a day. All right, take a break.
All right.
Reload. Good, smooth stop. Friction zone, friction zone. Beautiful, Rob. Give me another one over here. Good, head and nice handlebars. Rear brake, rear brake, rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. Smooth stop. Nice, Rob. Well, that wasn't that nice, but that's only because you're going a little bit fast. But I don't care about that. Take a break, man. Good job. Yeah, so if you pick up a lot of speed, that's why I added the stop at the end. I still want it to be smooth. Beautiful. Smooth stop over here. Good. Head nice handlebars. Turn them. Hold that turn. Hold it. Good. Straighten out. Smooth stop. Smooth enough. All I see is this. Too much, too much. Braking too abruptly.
Okay.
Remember, you're coming out of you're not coming out of a lot of speed. You have all of this space to stop, so don't feel compelled. You got to stop right here.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
I was trying to go for
No, don't worry about that.
Okay.
Take a break. That last U-turn was your best U-turn. Do another one, come to a smooth stop. Go ahead, nice. Lean it over. Yeah, not bad at all, but the only reason it's not tighter is when you go to make that first turn, you're moseying into the turn. You're like, ah, turn those damn bars. Take a break. Go ahead, now turn the bars, tuck that elbow in. You're going too slow, you can't lean. All right, smooth stop over here. Tuck that, when you go to turn, tuck that elbow into your, try to get it into your body. Turn those bars. Good, friction zone, head nice. Turn it, good, hold that turn. Clutch. I see what's going on here. I see what's going on here. If I ask you to give me two things, you're gonna give me one. Yeah, take a break. Tuck it into your body. Nothing awkward, but when you go to turn, I want you to concentrate on trying to tuck that in. Listen, you do it going left, it's the right turn, that's all. Good, head and eyes, handlebars, turn it like you mean it. Go, hold that turn. Lean it over, hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it, straighten out, smooth stop. There we go. You're welcome. Tuck that elbow, people. We do whatever we can do, whatever's gonna help us. Straight through, head nice, tuck the elbow, tuck it, Tuck it. Good, hold that turn. Keep going. Hold it. All right. Smooth stop. Excellent, take a break. All right guys, we're gonna move on to exercise number 7, the figure 8, which is gonna take place right here. I just gotta move some cones around. That speed's good, clutch is good. Head and eyes, all the way to the top. Hold this turn, nothing extreme, hold it. Transition. All the way to the top, head and eyes, hold it, hold it. Transition. We're good. Ka-ching. Questions? All right, good. I got a question for you. Smooth stop. From using all of the space to tighten it up, what did I change? Bueller? My lean? What else? Handlebars? Anything else? Speed stayed the same. And that's the point I want to make to you. All I did by tightening that up is turn more and lean more. Speed stayed exactly the same, okay? All right, let's do it. All the way to the top. All right, you're early, very early. Very early, Renee. Yeah, so Renee way too early. And she would have been fine if she just used the space properly, but way too early. Punch! Here come, look at the response time, man. Look at the response time. Have a seat, sir. You're welcome.
Can I try again?
Of course. You get an E for effort, Tom. You still get credit. You were coming. You still get credit. All the way to the top. Hold that turn. Transition. Good. Keep it loaded. Transition. Good. Nice job. There we go. Good. All right, he's early, but he's good. Oh, oh. Good, you're good, you're good. I prefer him hold that turn a little longer, but he's good. Good job. All the way to the top. Head knife, hold that turn. Rear brake, good, hold that turn. Hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it. Coming out too early, too early. Holding turns buys you space and time. I was telling him to hold it. And he said, nope, that's enough holding. So he cut himself short. Good, all the way to the top. Clutch, hold that turn. Hold that turn, hold it, hold it, hold it, transition. Now that turn he just made, he couldn't make that making the U-turn. It's so weird that when people can't make U-turns, they get into the figure eight, and all of a sudden, because they're not thinking about the U-turn, they're thinking about the figure eight, they make the U-turn. So funny. I don't think he made one successful U-turn, and he just did it right there. And I'm sure he's not thinking about it that way. Well, I'm not sure. I'm going to talk to him about it. Excellent. All the way to the top. All right, you're early. Hold that turn. Hold it. Hold it. Transition. Rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. Yeah, too much speed. Clutch. Good. Keep going. Keep that throttle loaded. The bike is puttering. Keep it loaded. All right, rear brake. Watch the speed. Look at the exit. Look for the exit. Look for the exit. You're looking at those cones, the exit. Good job. Good. Hold that turn. Hold it. Transition. Good. Good. Nice, Rob. Good. Head nice. Look at me. Come to me. Hold it. Hold it. Transition. Nice. Oh. All the way to the top. Good. Hold that turn. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Transition. Good. Good, Amy. Good. Head and eyes. Good. Good. Hold that turn. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Transition. Good. All the way to the top. Good. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Transition. All right. Look for the exit, Amy. Keep. Take a break, Amy. Take a break. So close, yet so far. That was beautiful. That's right. Take a break. That was awesome. All the way to the top, Renee. All the way to the top. Too early again. Too early. Too early, Renee. Take a break, Renee. Take a break. Too early again. Turning way too early. And she would be fine. I mean, I'm looking at her. She would have no problem doing this if she used her space wisely. She's turning, she's going too fast. She's turning way too early, so she's giving up a lot of space at the top. Nice. Like she's not, the turn at the top is nice and smooth, but it's too soon. And that's why she's hitting the cones at the bottom. Now, if she could lean the bike more, that wouldn't be a problem. But because she can't, she's got to use all that space at the top. Excellent. Take a break. Yeah, that turn was too big. He can make it up here. Hold on, hold on. Yeah, well, he would have hit that cone if it was in spot. Good, good. Watch your speed. You're good, you're good. Good, hold it. Rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. Transition. Watch the speed. Looking for the exit. Looking at the exit. Keep it loaded. Good job. All the way to the top. Keep it loaded. Hold that turn. Hold it, hold it, hold it. Yeah, you're coming out too early. So same thing. He's coming out. He's coming out of the second turn at the transition way too soon. But he's another one that was struggling with the U-turns, but did this twice. All right, so he gave up space on the left side. But look how he still made it. Hold that, hold it, hold it. Transition. Clutch, clutch, clutch. Keep it loaded. All right, take a break, Sean. He's shaking his head, but he's got to know. The first turn he made, because he was so far off of the cones here, was 24 feet or less. Very nice, nice head and eyes. Excellent. Take a break. All the way to the top. All the way to the top. Good. Hold that turn. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Transition. Keep that throttle loaded. Hold that turn. Head and eyes. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Transition. All right, this is going to be a tight one. Clutch. Clutch. I know. I'm amazed. Rear brake. Rear brake. Rear brake. Good. Look for the exit. That's what I'm talking about, brother. Good. Hold that turn. Hold it. Transition. Turn it, baby. Good. Good. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Transition. There we go. Now we cook it with grease. Good. Slow it down. Watch your speed. Watch your speed. Hold it. Hold it. Transition. Look for the exit. You got it. It's money. Money in the bank. Woo! So I'm talking about, Rob. All right, guys. Exercise number 8, offset double serpentine coming up next. I'm definitely going to talk to these guys that struggle to make the U-turn. But in the figure 8, same width, making the U-turn like it's nothing. Yeah. I mean, just outstanding. She says the first time, and listen, I said it on the video already, but it's the evolution of Amy Jo. I have the evolution of blank for so many people that started doing this and stuck to it. And the beauty of being on video is you can always go back and see where you started and go, wow, right? That's how you build confidence, right? And that's how you inspire people. I say this all the time. If you're a female motorcycle rider, you inspire more people than anyone because girl power is real, right? So if you master this, other females that watch you, especially if you're a shorter person, we can forget about that rumor of your height mattering, and you check guys' egos. I don't care what motivates people to practice as long as they practice. So that's why you guys are important. You talk to everybody. Let me say this to you guys. How'd you feel about that U-turn? I mean, how'd you feel about the figure 8?
It's good. I need to learn it. I have a hard time going through it.
How about you, Calvin? How'd you feel about it?
It's harder than it looks.
So let me say this to both of you. Both of your U-turns sucked, right? I mean, you were struggling. But just to show you how much your mind is in control of everything. When it comes to a figure 8, you both did it. You didn't do the figure 8, but you did the U-turn. I mean, and the last one you did, I can't wait for you to watch that video. It was like 20 feet because you were way off of this line. I'm like, come over here. You don't know where the hell the front wheel is. You're riding the road glide. So you're way off that line. And I said to myself, if he makes this turn, I can't wait for him to see it. Sure enough, like it's nothing. But if it's amazing. Same thing. Not only making the U-turn, but holding it. Both the U's. That's New York talk. So I want you to keep that in mind. That's why it's important to watch yourself practice. Because what you think is going on is totally different when you watch it from another vantage point. That's just excellent, man. Both of you, just excellent. Now, if I tell you to go back in there and make a U-turn, I don't know if you guys are going to do follow the leader later. Yesterday, they were like, screw follow the leader. We're ready to get the hell out of here. So we just did the exit interviews. We'll see. All right. Any questions on that? Remember, all you're doing in there are making U-turns with transitions in the middle, but holding the U-turns. That's all it is. And Renee, you would be fine. You kept ripping yourself off. Every time you came in, you were at least 9 feet. You're giving up at the top. And then you get to the bottom. Everything else looks smooth as hell. So, again, first world problems. That's what I like to call those. Okay? All right. Exercise number 8, guys. This is the offset double serpentine. Who's never done this? Okay, good. The beauty of this exercise is you got options. This is where holding it reigns supreme. Holding turns buys you space and time. This is the entrance. There's 7 gates. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If you care to know the numbers, the gates are 15 feet apart. Right? If you go straight, it's 30 feet, but that's irrelevant because we're not going straight. We're going gate to gate. Now, Everything that we're doing in here, we've already done. All right? Let's think about it. This is the entrance. This is why my bike is facing like this and not like this. Because I'm not going to come in here and go straight for that gate. Because if I go straight for this gate, guys, unless you're turning like me on a motorcycle, when you get here and you go to that next gate and you turn, your turn's going to be so wide that now you're past this gate. And remember, I told you, it's not about just getting through it, it's how you get through it. So if you now come over here and go, boop, I'm just going to dip around this, negative. If you were in motor school, which you're not, they would tell you start over, you already screwed up. This is one of these exercises where if you start it wrong, it can screw up everything else. But all you have to do is buy yourself some space and time. It's free today. And the good news is it's free every day. So what we're going to do, we're never going right to the gate. We're going away from the gate because we need to buy ourselves some space and time. I'll put a nice X on the ground over there for you guys. That's where I want you to go. As soon as you come through here, exercise number 5, dip the bike. Now, whenever I tell people, dip the bike, hold this turn, this is what I get. That's why I put the X there. There you go, Rob. And now they're right back where I don't want them. They're going straight for that gate. I need you to favor the outside cone on all of these gates. Favor the outside cone. If you're sneaking around the inside cone, you're robbing yourself of space. You're making yourself have to make tighter turns. So again, come through, past these cones, dip, hold this turn. Hold it, hold it, hold it. Head and eyes, handlebar. Oh my God, look at all that space. So now I don't have to lean like a maniac. I'm going to favor the outside cone. Look at the angle I'm coming now. I don't want you coming like this. I want you coming like this. As soon as I get to this gate, head and eyes, I'm going to look at the gate I came from. Oh shit, there's another X on the ground. Hold it. I even put an X with an arrow. Lori, beat it. Hold this turn. Hold it. Hold it. Head and eyes, handlebars. Favor the outside cone. I'm buying myself space and time. Now what happens is, even if somebody gets this right, as they go down, now they stop holding it. And now they end up going to the gate like this. If you're ever approaching the gate from the side, you're doing it wrong. This is wrong. You should be coming from over here. That means you didn't hold the turn. That's all that means. It's not impossible to do it like that. It's just more work. Again, if you don't have a problem leaning the motorcycle, go right to the gate. Feel free. But again, if we're trying to get comfortable transitioning, leaning, transitioning, I want you to hold the turn. Okay? I know why you want to go straight, because it doesn't involve you leaning. Just ride straight to it. And then when I make that turn, make a nice wide ass turn, and no. Hold a turn. It's going to buy you some space and time. Questions? Demo. First gear, covering the rear brake. As soon as I pass these cones, and please don't be that person that hits these cones. If you do, it's not a big deal. Dip it in. Favor the outside cone. Hold it. Hold it. Head and eyes. Transition. Favor the outside cone. Hold it. Hold it. Transition. Always looking at the gate I came from. Oh my God, look at all this space and time. Friction zone, friction zone. That's how it looks going right to the gate. Too much work. We're not coming back. You guys are just going to go that way. We're going to do this. Oh, we're going to do it once. So get it right. The green cones. How the hell did this get here? Did I hit it? No. The green cones are for if you need a little bit more space. The rules are still the same. So when you start, instead of coming through here, come around this green cone. I still want you to go to that X. And instead of going through the gate, go around the green cone. Hold that turn, hold it. Come back to this green cone, around the green cone. It's just giving you more space if you need it. Okay? Sometimes people screw up, even if they started going through the gates and they have to go around the green, they can go back in the gates. It's fine. Let's do it. Good. Favor the outside cone. Favor the outside cone. Keep the bike at one speed. One speed. Counterbalance. You're leaning with the bike. Good, clutch, clutch. Good, hold that turn, good. Dip it in, good. That bike is just puttering. Good, very nice. Keep that throttle loaded. Good job. That bike scares me because he's basically just letting it idle, the engine moving all over the place. All right, you're gonna have to hold that turn. You're well behind the gate. Good. There. Good job. Nice. Watch your speed, watch your speed. Good. Good, hold that turn, hold it, hold it. Transition. Keep it loaded. Good job. Dip it in, dip it in. Transition. Good, keep your speed up, hold that turn. Hold it, hold it, hold it, hold. You come too early, too early. Way too early. All right, shut it down, Sean. Let's go, Rob. Good, hold that turn, watch your speed, Rob. Good, use the green cones if you need them. There you go. Right back on track. Watch your speed, hold that turn, transition. Keep it loaded. Keep it loaded, Rob. Good recovery, good recovery. All right, let's do it, Amy. Good, hold that turn, Amy. Hold it, transition. Good, hold it, transition. There we go. Look at all that space and time. Good, hold it, keep it loaded. A little early there. Transition, go through it. All right, I told you too late. Go through this gate, go through it. Too late. Keep it loaded. Good job, Amy. All right, guys, last numbered exercise coming up. Abominable Snowman. Questions, offset double serpentine. Yeah, I find that at the end of the day, the more tired people are and hot, the questions, I don't have a lot of questions. So, okay. Last numbered exercise, guys. This is the Abominable Snowman. I don't think it's going to be Abominable today. I don't know, because somebody was snooping around at the 18-foot circle earlier today, so we'll see. But it consists of 4 circles. I'm standing in the 27-foot circle. 27, 25, 22, 18. Listen, guys, this is, as far as I'm concerned, this is all about clean runs at this point, right? What I like about this exercise is it's almost something in here for everybody. This is your entrance and your exit. So when you come in here, if all you want to do is the 27-foot circle and go back out, that's fine. That's a win. If you want to go up to the next one and then come back out, that's a win. Don't feel compelled to keep going up. If you don't think you're ready for it, don't even try it. Well, that's my opinion. You can try it if you want. I don't care, right? Keys to success. That whole hold it thing I've been yelling so much that my throat hurts. That's what we'll be doing in here. Make a turn and just hold the damn turn, right? Now, see that X on the ground? I'm telling you, I was out here working this morning. That's where I want you to put your wheel. Oh, damn, I put it right on it too. All right. So that's why I was put it there. That's the goal, right? Placement. That's your placement. Hug them. Now, these cones are affectionate. They like being hugged. Hug these 2 cones all the way to the top. Now commit to the turn. Because if you place your wheel there and commit from there, whatever you give up here, you're going to have to make it up over there. I don't care if you don't need all of this space. I still want your wheel right here because we're practicing placement. Because if you want to keep going up, the placement becomes more important. So I put an X right there in that one too. And I put X's in the one all the way at the top. I didn't put the one in the middle, right? I did it on both sides. We're going to do this twice if you want to. So the first time you come in, this is the way we're coming. We're going to start making lefts. Second time you do this, start going right. Okay? Questions? All right. Demo. So placement. This is the vicinity. The wheel doesn't have to be exactly here, but I want it close because I want you to hug these next 2 cones. Go all the way to the top. Hug them. All the way to the top. Now I'm going to commit. Hold the turn. Hold it. Drag the rear brake. No big deal. Come over here. Placement. Hug them. Commit. Hold the turn. Clutch is in the same spot. Throttle is steady. Placement. Hug them. Commit. Hold the turn. Placement. Hug them to the top. Commit. You get the point, but this is your entrance and your exit, all right? Unless you screw up, then just go out. Questions? Let's do it. Good. Placement, hug them all the way to the top. Commit. Good. Watch your speed, watch your speed. Too much speed. There we go. There we go. Good. Placement, hug those first 2 cones all the way to the top. Good. Commit. Hold that turn. Nice. All the way to the left. All the way to the left. Very nice. Keep it loaded. Bike and he got just as far and he went into the top. So he's always trying it. Good. Hold that turn. Good. All the way to the left. All the way to the left. Clutch. Keep it loaded. Keep it loaded. That throttle's low. All right, I don't think it should be in here. Yeah. Are you kidding me? Good, hold that turn. Nice. Excellent. Excellent. Clean run. All right, shut it down. Good. Keep that throttle loaded. You're slowing down. Don't slow down. Your whole engine's shaking. Keep the throttle loaded. Good. All the way to the left. Good. Clutch. That's not going to happen. Too much space giving up. All the way over. Placement. Hug them. All the way to the top. Commit. Good. Hold the tail. Watch your speed. Good job. Good job. Now you're good. 27 feet. In and out. Trust and believe, trust and believe. Good, placement. Hug them, all the way to the top. Guy, commit, commit. Good, good. All the way to the left, all the way to the left. All right, you're early, you're really early. Commit, 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 you gotta lean. Get out that clutch, open that clutch so you can lean. There you go. You're good, you're good. Keep the clutch open. Drag the rear brake. Clutch, 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 clutch. You're good because when you started over here, you were way early. And still, you just nicked the cone. Good job. All the way to the side, placement. Hug them, clutch. All right, take a break. Nice, Frank. Throttle control is beautiful. The clutch, everything sounds good. Everything looks good. Nice and smooth. That's what we're looking for. Fluidity. Good. Gave up some spots. Gave up some space. All the way to the right, Frank. All the way to the right. Hug him. Commit. 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 Not bad, Frank, not bad. It was just a matter of the commitment. He didn't want it. He said, I'm married already. I'm not committing to this turn. Keep it loaded. I knew this was coming, man. That throttle's been low all day. Hold up, kickstand, kickstand. It's like you've been at idle through every Keep that, it's just a matter of time before it bites you. Keep that throttle loaded. We got to get those RPMs up. Okay. All right. Got to keep that throttle loaded, people. It's just a matter of time. And we don't want to be, you know, living on the edge. All right, you're going too slow. Got to keep that speed up. It's all about leaning. Shut it down, Sean. Take a break. 10, 20, 30, 40. 40 push-ups, Sean. I saw that stop. Good. Hold that turn, rear brake. Good, good, good. You know, because we want to lean, but we don't want to be doing it with too much speed because then... Good job, Rob. Take a break, man. There you go. Clutch, clutch, clutch. Too early, too early. Shut it down, shut it down. Man's got to know his limitations. Some of us got no business going beyond this 27-foot circle. But it doesn't mean you don't try it. You need to actually experience it to let you know, I'm not ready. Good, watch your speed, watch your speed. All the way to the right, all the way to the right. Slow down. Oh man, okay. See, she's turning tighter than she has to. That's why she messed up before. Right now she's dancing with the brake. There we go, clean runs. Oh no, she's going back around. She's setting up for it. Ah, all right. All right, Amy. Last but certainly not least. Good, placement, hug them, commit. Good. Lean it over, lean it over, lean it over, lean it over. Lean it over, you're good. Good, keep those handlebars turned. Keep them turned, easy on that rear brake. Good, hold that turn. Nice. Good job. All right, guys, it's bonus time. To lean or not to lean. Let's see if we have any takers. I want you guys to know the fatigue that you're feeling. I feel the same fatigue when I got to edit this. This is hours and hours of work, but it's worth every hour. Okay, excellent job, guys. Like I said, if you even attempt to go up into that 18-foot circle, that's just showing me where your confidence is, unless you're just crazy, right? Frank, you're looking good, man, right? And I'm not just talking about the fact that you went up there. As you're going around, what I'm always looking for from all of you guys is fluidity. I want you to look like you're one with the motorcycle. Trust me, that's gonna come if you put the time in. All right, bonus exercise, to lean or not to lean. Who's unfamiliar? Everybody knows what it is? Oh, awesome. Who's participating? All right, good, good. Listen, this is not that involved. See those cones over there? That's the exercise. It's 7 cones. They're 10 feet apart. To lean or not to lean is basically a single serpentine, but you have to decide if you're going to do it with the bike straight up or trying to lean it like you're doing a single serpentine. I don't give advice. I'm just going to tell you to use everything we've done today and apply it there. All I will say is if you have highway pegs, fold them in. Best of 3 we're going to do. So it's 7 cones, so the most you're going to be able to get is 6. I'm giving you the first one. All you got to do is pass it. That's 1 cone. I've had people hit it. So, and when you're finished, I'm going to say how many cones you got. 3 cones. If you hit the first cone, 0 cones. If I say that's it, don't be that person that just keeps trying to go and knocking all the damn cones down, right? If that's it, right? If Calvin gets 6 cones twice, 12 cones in total, everybody else gets less, we don't need to do the third one. He's got it. 12 cones. All right? Don't worry about what somebody else is doing. Keep your head in your eyes. I forgot. I'm not going to tell you anything. Any questions?
Yeah, so I'm sorry, there's a goal?
There's always a goal, Renee. The goal is to get past 6 cones without hitting a cone and without putting your foot down. Right? I've seen...
First person to get 6, then we're done?
No, because it's a best of 3. So that means if that person gets 6 twice, unless somebody else gets 6 twice, it's done. 12 cones is the most. And I've had it go down to where I have to have a cone off, as I call it. And so what I do is if those 2 people are tied, I make them do it the last time with no breaks. And one time it still ended in a tie. I was like, all right, forget it. It's a draw. We ain't got all day. right, that's 1 cone, 2 cones. 2 cones! 2 cones! 1 cone, 2 cones. Too much speed. 2 cones! 1 cone, 2 cones. 2 cones! Guys, this is the first. 2 cones is the most anybody's gotten. 1 cone, 2 cones. 2 cones! 2 cones! All right, lowrider ST. We should have better results here. Clutch. 1 cone! 1 cone. 2 cones. 3 cones. 4 cones. 5 cones. 6 cones! Everybody's clapping for her over there. I love it. What's wrong with this fucking shit? One cone. Ooh, she just missed that. 2 cones. 3 cones. 3 cones! Oh. 1 cone. 2 cones. He was too deep into that one. 3 cones. That's it! 3 cones! Two cones! 1 cone. 2 cones. 3 cones. 4 cones. 4 cones! 4 cones! 1 cone. 1 cone! 1 cone! 1 cone! All right, no pressure. You get 6 again, it's over. No pressure. Let's keep it slow and she's fine. 2 cones. Uh-oh. 3 cones. Really, all she needs is 5. 4 cones. 5 cones. 6 cones! All right, guys, let's see if we're going to be doing the bonus exercise today, because they didn't want to do it yesterday. Did you enjoy yourself?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what you rated yourself when you first came out?
Yes.
What?
4.
Are you changing that number?
Maybe to a 5.
Okay.
I got a lot to learn.
Yeah.
And it was a good
but you know what you need to practice, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. That's the most important thing when you're leaving here. The second most important thing, well, maybe it's the first. Are you going to practice it?
Yes.
Good. I look forward to seeing it, and I'll be back here.
All right, we'll be
All right?
back.
All right, man.
We'll definitely be back. Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate it.
And this time she'll be in it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right. How you feel?
I feel pretty good.
Did you enjoy yourself?
I did. I really did.
Okay. I want to commend you for coming out. I know you had reservations.
Yeah.
You remember what you rated yourself when you first came out?
Yes, I won.
Any change in that number?
Yeah, I would say it is. Just
Okay.
by the knowledge I learned. And,
Okay.
you know,
Okay.
And learning what I need to work on as a beginner.
Tell me what you're going to work on.
I'm going to work on my throttle, and clutch control. And I'm also going to work on covering that rear brake and my smooth stops.
Exactly. But before we do the stops, yeah, I want you to work on that. I first want you to work on exercise number 2, which is the slow ride.
The slow ride.
I want you to do that. No rear brake. Let him walk next to you or whoever.
Okay.
And don't pass him. That's the goal.
Okay.
Okay. Just practicing clutch control.
Okay. Perfect.
Pleasure to meet you, dear.
Thank you so much.
All right,
Thanks
you're
for all
welcome.
you do.
You're welcome. Did you enjoy yourself?
Yes, I did. Very much.
Do you remember what you rated yourself when you first came out?
3.
Any change in that number?
I go to 3.2.
Okay.
Considering this is pretty much the first time I've tried any of this.
Yeah. And you listen, you did well. You did very well. All right. I'll be back here, and I'm looking forward to seeing you again, man.
Hopefully I can catch you in Columbus next time.
Oh, yeah, I'll definitely be back in
I'm
Columbus.
2 hours from Columbus.
Yeah, I'll definitely be there. All right, man.
Appreciate it.
All right. All right. Did you enjoy yourself?
Absolutely.
Do you remember what you rated yourself when you first came out?
2.
Any change in that number?
maybe up to a 4.
Okay, okay. You know what you need to work on?
Yes.
That's what's important. Are you going to work on it?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
good. Pleasure meeting you, man.
Nice meeting you too. Thanks.
All right. Did you enjoy yourself?
I absolutely did.
How do you feel you did today compared to yesterday?
I did better today.
You did?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
Listen, and the funny part is, that's what regular practice is. So this is 2 days in a row for you.
Yeah.
Now, I don't want you to say, all right, I see you next time you come, Rob, and don't do anything in between.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
In fact, we're getting a group together to practice.
Who's we?
Me. I'm getting a
That's
group
awesome.
together to come and practice.
You getting the band back together?
Getting the band back together.
Outstanding. You remember what you rated yourself when you first came out?
What did I say? 3 or 4?
Any change in that number?
I don't know.
Okay.
It might be a 4.
Okay. Listen, I appreciate you for putting this together, spearheading it, quarterbacking it. I appreciate you sponsoring 2 spots. That's just awesome. It's outstanding. I'm sure the people that won appreciated it. And I'm looking forward to doing it again.
Absolutely. I really hope you do come back.
Oh, I'll be back. That's not even a question.
Okay.
All right.
Awesome. Thank you, Rob.
You're welcome. All right. Did you enjoy yourself?
I did, absolutely. Yeah, it was a good time. I learned quite a bit.
Oh, man. That breeze feels nice.
Yes, it does.
You remember what you rated yourself when you first came out?
Way too high, yes.
What did you rate yourself?
I rated myself between a 5 and a 6.
Okay, any change? Well, what's the change in that number?
Well, after the course, I realized that I was probably a 2.
Okay.
But I think through the course and your instruction, it's been, I'm up to 3.5 to a 4 now.
Yeah.
And I will continue to practice.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Keep that throttle on that bike loaded.
Yes.
Okay.
I've got to. Yeah.
All right.
Absolutely. Yep.
Pleasure, brother.
Thank you very much.
All right. You're welcome. What am I, a reporter? This is for you.
You gotta hold that.
Sorry.
I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. All right. First of all, your name was the easiest to remember out of everybody's today. Even the guy that has the same name as me. Are you familiar with Lori?
No.
Lori has been riding a motorcycle for a year. Lori decided that she didn't want to just marry her motorcycle. She wanted to date it. So Lori did 1,000 miles in a parking lot on her heritage, practicing my exercise, because all she knew is be the boss of your motorcycle. Lori can ride circles around the best of them now at slow speeds. Now she moved up. She's riding street glide now. And I know, listen, her husband told me it's just so many times a man wants to hear that his wife is better than him, but he's been riding 35 years. He never practiced slow speed. He only started because he was doing it with her. And now she's better than him, right? So, Mike, next time, Mike's going to be in Florida at the next practice session. So, anyway, did you enjoy yourself?
I had a great time, and
Yeah.
I have goals.
Tell me your goals. I'm curious.
I want to ride 1,000 miles in the parking lot.
There we go.
I'm going to be that Lori.
That's
Number 2.
I love to hear that, because again, like she said, the road's not going anywhere. She said, when I get out there, I want to know what I'm doing. And so now her and her husband are taking long distance rides, but she's a well-rounded rider now. So if an audible is called and they got to make a U-turn, in fact, she's looking for a U-turn at this point. She does the top of that Snowman in both directions. Her husband, he can do it every now and then at one direction, right? Mike, I'm just calling it how it is. All right. Do you remember what you rated yourself when you first came out here?
Yes.
What?
3.
Any change in that number?
1.5.
Okay. Frank, how about you? Oh, I'm sorry, you jumped in the middle.
Yeah.
So you're Lori's husband. All right, if you guys want to check out Frank, full Frank, practice session number 110 on his bike. What kind of bike did you have out here yesterday?
24 CVO Road Glide Copperhead.
That's right, Copperhead, CVO. All right, and then he got on Lori's bike today, killing it, just very smooth. So keep it up. You guys should be doing practice sessions together. Record it, because you got like 1 million cameras.
Yeah.
And you can go back and watch it. All right, pleasure to see you again, and pleasure to meet you, dear.
Thank you very
much.
much.
I'm glad you decided to come out.
Thank you.
All right, brother.
Thank you.
All right. Next. Who's next? Oh, there we go. The Buffalo Soldier. Did you enjoy yourself?
Absolutely.
So how does it feel to be, this is your stomping grounds. So your home is, for the most part, your home. I'm visiting you. You remember what you rated yourself when you first came out?
6.
Any change in that number?
Probably. Maybe a 5.
Okay.
What it did for me is that it reinforced the perishable skills that candidly I've lost.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
As the things gone, as things went, they started coming back a little bit. Started feeling a little more comfortable. What it's going to allow me to do is practice with structure.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay? I do a lot of training, a lot of teaching, and the structural piece is so important, the foundational piece.
Absolutely.
And, you know, I applaud you for the program that you have. I think it's an excellent program.
Thank you, thank you. And being an MSF instructor, and I love seeing MSF instructors come to my practice sessions because I know for a fact that there are several MSF instructors that don't practice because all they do is do the course and then they go. And a lot of times they don't even get on a bike and do anything. So, so when I find MSF instructors that prioritize this, I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay. So thanks for what you do as well.
And the thing with this too, with MSF, candidly, you can muscle those bikes.
Yeah.
Okay. This takes finesse. This takes practice.
That's right.
This takes expertise. Okay.
Absolutely.
So again, I applaud you for what you're doing.
Yeah, thank you. And those perishable skills you talked about, for you, they're going to come back a lot quicker. Well, because other people, it's not coming back. They're still trying to get it. So, pleasure meeting you, man.
It was a pleasure meeting you too.
All right.
Thank you.
Did you enjoy yourself?
I did.
Okay,
Great
man.
deal.
Yeah, man. It's a pleasure meeting you.
You too.
You remember what you rated yourself when you first came out?
I think I said a 2.
Any change in that number?
On some things a little higher, but I'm still probably around a 2.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Pleasure to meet you, man.
You too.
Hope to see you again.
Thank you.
Do you know what you need to practice?
Yes.
Tell me. Tell me.
The clutch control, and I need a new set of handlebars that are a little
Definitely.
bit taller. We talked about, what was the brand again you recommended?
Either Tab Performance, Folsom Prison, or Factory 47.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I'm going to look for those because I could not get, I just could not get it tucked in to get a good turn of the handlebars. So some alterations to the bike, but also me doing a little bit better. And thankfully I have your measurements, and I can get some. I already have the small cones, but I think I probably should get a few of the tall ones. And I have a high school parking lot very close to me that I can practice in. So
what cone? When you said the small cones, you got cones smaller than my small cones?
No. I have the same exact
Those are
size
fun.
here.
Those are fun.
Okay.
Yeah, those are fun.
And I can video myself too, so I can kind of keep tabs on myself. But
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
You got it,
Appreciate
man. My pleasure.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Hi.
Hi. Did you enjoy yourself?
Oh yeah.
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure to see you. This is your jacket, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Guys, I got to show you this jacket. So Amy, practice session number 86 was in Ohio. And this was the tightest group of people in a practice session to date. They all stayed in touch. They still stay in touch in a Facebook, not a Facebook. Yeah, it's a group, messenger, chat group. They talk all the time. And then when I went back to Ohio for a practice session, I think it was practice session number 105 or something like that. But they named it 86.1. And so Amy had some patches made up. And the patch says, let me see if I can get here. I hope you can see it. It's a Beta Borsia motorcycle. Let me see it. And it says at the top, that's what I'm talking about, because that's what I always say. Then at the bottom, it says practice session 86 and 86.1. And Amy sent this to all of us. Just awesome. And she got this patch too. It says, I'd hit that. And it's a picture of a cone.
Many times. many times.
So just awesome, awesome, awesome. Always a pleasure.
Thank you.
You remember what you rated yourself when you first came out?
2, maybe a 3.
Any change in that number? Don't you sandbag.
No, I think a solid 3.
Yeah, I respectfully disagree. I think your number's too low, but you know.
Well, but it's not consistent yet.
That's okay.
When it's consistent, I'll bump it up.
It's more consistent than you think, right?
The first time I've done the Snowman and a figure 8.
Figure 8. And you have to keep, if only you guys could see life through my eyes. If any of you guys did right turns, left turns from a stop, which she did, you're already far past most motorcycle riders. Far past. It's not even close. That's the highest failure rate. So, always a pleasure, dear.
As well. I hope I see you in Illinois. We'll see.
Yeah.
To talk
Okay.
into it.
Okay. All right, guys. So that's going to do it for practice session. I almost said 86. For practice session number 111, this was just a fantastic couple of practice sessions here in Michigan. Another big shout out to Motor City Harley Davidson. Another huge shout out to Renee for, like I said, not only quarterbacking all of this, but sponsoring a spot on each day. 2 things she clearly didn't have to do. And I've had people sponsor spots before, but then I don't see them. She sponsored them and participated in both practice sessions, beat herself up mentally, you know, but she did definitely better second day than the first day. And that's what we want, guys. We want small victories. All right, guys, we're hot, we're bothered, we're tired, hungry. Oh, okay. Appreciate that. So we're going to be signing off. We're going to pick up some cones, and then I'm headed back to Pooler, Georgia. And next weekend, I'll be in Chicago. All right, guys, listen, if you're not subscribed to the channel, you're doing yourself a disservice. Trust me, watch these videos and share them. But more importantly, go out and practice them. It's not about being the best, guys. It is about being the boss. I'm talking about of your motorcycle. Spend more time being thankful for the things that you have and less time complaining about the things that you don't. Seat time does not equal practice time. And if you have time to ride your motorcycle, you have time to practice on it. That's not my opinion. Until next time.